Oh, fucking Oxy camera. Jesus Christ.
You know we're live, man, right?
Oh, I already know, isn't it?
Digital skies, neon signs, watch as they type online lines. Their missteps, steps become our daylight. Every faux pas, a digital bite, a playground of virtual spites, caught in the glare of the monitor light.
In this realm, where we roam, no need for faces, just memes we own. Chasing laughs in the echo of threads, where irony lives and seriousness sheds. Every click, a story unfolds in this cyber world that we boldly patrol. Yet behind each laugh, a silent scream, loneliness veiled where it's unseen. For every joke that we compose, a quiet echo, a truth exposed.
Will you laugh with me, please, as we hide behind these screens? Will
Irish politics, society's mess. We rose to warfare, it was bad distress. From radio waves to a video spark. YouTube X, we're lighting the dark. Twitch got the fruit, then we kicked it aside. Doctor disrespect, since they let us slide. Censored screaming, the truth's in the air. Fair use fights, but they don't care. Clips on the tube, steps climbing fast. 500 to go, but will the channel last? With a signal sparks, igniting the stream. Howard and Morgan, we're chasing the dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but Kick's got our back, so don't lose hope. Signal sparks, we're fueling the fight. Follow us on Kick, we're live tonight. Every week's a gamble, the bots don't play. YouTube cuts the streams, there's no way Jose. Fair use, ha, they don't know the law, but our flips keep slaying, and the fans want more. 500 subs, we're clawing up slow. Hard the status calling, but the strikes might blow. One last warning, no dispute inside. Roll back up for kick and ignite the night.
Mark, I'm heading for Boyleconder's Common.
Do you do that commute every morning?
I do, yeah, I'm tarmacking down there.
Oh, good stuff. So have you much tarring to do today? He said that he's furious.
The welfare benefits were cut for those under 26 in the budget.
All you have to do is listen.
And Arthur Griffith was
For your journey, as long delays are expected.
for you, and if you're pulled out tomorrow, you can pick a ticket. Which
It has come to our attention that radio broadcasts on the planet have degraded to such an extent that there is nothing on the airwaves but absolute rubbish. We apologize for the delay in our response, as the airwaves carrying this bullshit have only reached our star system today. We've dispatched two of our brightest agents in the field to rectify this problem.
Hello. Oh dear, Morgan, you're buzzy. That headset needs replaced, man. All right, here we go. It's just one of those days, folks. I think we have him. No, just the buzzing is gone, and that's it. So, yep, there we go. You're with us now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, just pull that microphone to your
Yeah.
mouth.
Oh, it's down. It's down.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just have to stay like this now for the rest of the night.
Oh my god, that's awful, man.
Is that worse now?
No, well, I mean, before we couldn't hear you at all except buzzing and then nothing, and now is that your dishwasher running in the background?
No, hang on. We can
Okay, because that's what it sounds like, and it sounds like you're far from the microphone. Sorry about this, folks. Both of us.
Could be. Let me see. It could be connecting to the microphone on the webcam. Let me try something.
Oh, you know what? That could be it.
Okay, any better?
Oh, yes.
There we go.
Plenty better. Wow.
Always
Thank God.
Always an issue.
All right, folks. Yeah, sorry about the late start and the tech issues. Both of us are having a week.
Yeah.
Welcome to the anti-broadcast, folks, on this, the 25th of April, 2025. I'm your host, Howard. Over there is your host, Morgan. We've got a bit to go through. What's the crack with... I see, what's his name on RTE there?
Paddy?
Yeah, how long until do we know Mary Lou McDonald?
I'm not sure. It could be 5 minutes. It could be 40 minutes. So let's have
we'll keep an eye on him
at the moment. There he is. In case anybody misses him, look at him. Beautiful being that he is.
I mean, that is quite an impressive head of hair, I have to say.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, no. No, Morgan could actually easily be an actor or a model.
It's not with that at all. It's terrible. I have the camera is mirrored as well, so I can't even do my hair. But I feel like a retard.
I know there's a spot on my face, and I was trying to put. Is that a spot or like an indentation? It's hard to tell in the dark.
All right, we're going to have to jump. I'm sorry to those people. We're going to have to jump straight into the Late Late Show.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Mary Lou is live and
hello to everyone in the chat. By the way, we'll talk to you later.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh crap! Now, do we even have sound?
This on Mary Lou?
Yeah, this is.
We should.
Fun. No.
Well, I mean, what about RTE player?
Hang on. The fucking joys.
I don't know why you just didn't start with RTE player.
I was trying to be fancy, you know. Yeah. Will you try RTE player there?
I am pulling it up right now.
Oh, good stuff.
As we speak. Oh wait, is it RTE1? It is RTE1. I also thought it was 2.
Yeah, I thought it was network.
Here we go. Unshare your thing.
Okay. There. All right, let me just close this horseshit down. Okay.
Okay, we haven't missed much.
I would. I'd have won. I mean, that would be the main difference. I mean, look, in this work as an activist, as a political leader, every day is a school day. Every campaign is different.
Yeah, you're a politician. Retard.
And yes, lots of things. I mean, for example, one thing. We need to be able to assure people at the next election, when we talk about a new government and a new approach, that we actually have partners in that enterprise. And I think even in the earliest days of this new Dáil, you have seen a level of collegiality, cooperation between Sinn Féin and other parties of the opposition. And I know from being out and about, so many people have said, thank God, at last. That's a big learn for me. I think a big learn for all of us.
You've been president of Sinn Féin for 7 years, 2 elections. After this election, was there any pressure from within the party for maybe you to step aside, or was that conversation ever?
No, I mean, I'm in the job now 7 years.
Yes, Ryan.
I mean,
yes.
I'm in my
Ryan,
prime.
What's his name? Paddy.
I believe in what we're doing.
God, why do we do this?
I believe that we can. I mean, we live in an amazing country. I'm so proud. I'm a dub, as you know. So we're never shy about extolling the virtues of our city.
I thought we were going to talk about something of interest here.
It's advertised that she's going to talk about fucking immigration. I don't even know what question he's asked. What did she say so far? She's been around the doors and people have said, thank God. Thank God there's a new party that's been there for the last 20 years in opposition doing nothing. Thank goodness now you're finally doing nothing. Yeah, I don't know. The only reason I can imagine she's on here is because there's a present threat to the opposition in Ireland. I finally accepted that there'll never be any change in government. We're just doomed to have Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael rule this country forever.
Yeah.
So they don't want anyone else in opposition except for Sinn Féin. So this is what I'm thinking. This has to be a new direction for Sinn Féin, where they're slightly critical of immigration. I don't know. I can't see. There's no other reason to have her on the show. Like, it's the Late Show, so they're always stuck for guests. But there's no real reason to have her on other than this, I imagine. So, yeah, let's listen to see if she's actually said anything yet.
Sure that we get a change in government, so that we get a change in housing policy, in healthcare, so that we have better opportunities for our young people. And as important and significant as the role of president is, you can't achieve those things from Áras an Uachtaráin.
Okay, so you're not going to run. Is Sinn Féin running a candidate?
Well, we're going to talk about that. I mean, we've options. We could run a candidate. We could equally support a candidate from outside of Sinn Féin. So we're going to have a conversation.
What way are you leaning?
I can see the merits in both.
Jesus
I
Christ.
have my eye
Of course
on
she'll
two
say that,
candidates. You're not
because
one
she's
of
a
the parties, you know,
politician.
if this is like...
She rules by consensus in the party, right? So she can't come out and say, oh, I think this, because she speaks for the party, right?
Yeah, she's not allowed to think. I think you should have that fucking thing removed off the side of your face. Start a GoFundMe. Rat gnawed off her face. Like, oh my God.
I think it should have her removed.
Yeah, maybe. I'd vote for that, Ward.
Derry and Tyrone and Fermanagh and Antrim, can't forget them, that in the 6 counties that they can't vote for their president. I think one of the things, we're not going to have it done for this presidential election.
Did you
but
hear
it's
about
no
that?
longer acceptable.
Yeah.
Some DUP guy in the assembly up north said, well, if you want to vote for president, fuck off down to the south. And that makes sense because we're 2 different jurisdictions, you know?
Mm. Well, don't they want to? They want to enable now where people in the north can vote in. That's it, isn't it? They want to people in the north of Ireland can vote in Irish presidential elections. Sure, why not? Why not open it up to the fucking world altogether? Sure, we're just discriminating, aren't we? By not allowing everyone on the planet to vote in all our elections. Like, why?
Yeah,
only
why
into the
wait
planet?
for them to arrive here when we can just extend the franchise to the whole world? Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Let's not discriminate.
Right.
But the important thing is we have to get over the first hurdle and the political system do what was promised, and that is actually hold the vote, talk to the electorate, get it over the line, and ensure that people living in Ireland can actually vote for their president.
Sinn Féin didn't go to Washington this year. When we had Michelle O'Neill on last
That's right,
year,
yeah.
she said the reason why Sinn Féin were going was because without dialogue, there's no peace. Has that policy changed? Are you?
No.
Yeah.
That remains the essence. You
That was
only
half a
achieve
good
things
question.
in life by dialogue, by talking to people. We know this.
So why do you not
all
go?
of our history. So when the American administration declared openly and publicly that they had changed policy to the extent that they were going to evacuate Gazans from the Gaza Strip, annex all of that land and turn it into, I think, a kind of a Riviera resort. That for us was just a step too far, a bridge too far, and had to be challenged.
Yeah, that's a good point.
By the way, still has to be challenged.
You were calling for the Taoiseach to challenge Donald Trump when he went. Would it not have been better?
Could you imagine?
As well as back up and
So,
tell him
so
that?
here's the thing. Unfortunately, we talked about the general election. I'm not
Great
the
to be in
Taoiseach.
opposition, isn't it?
I'm not the Taoiseach. Had I been
You
the
should do
Taoiseach,
this, you should do
I
that.
would have done precisely that. But St. Patrick's Day in the White House and the series of events that are run, sure, the rest of us, you have access to the administration, but it is essentially a meeting between the President and the Taoiseach, and the Taoiseach speaks for all of Ireland and for all of us on that occasion. So uniquely, it is only the Taoiseach who can really bring that message directly. So for us this year, and bear in mind we have deep roots in the United States, profound
My
and
God,
enduring
nothing of
relationships.
substance is being said here. But hopefully the next question is about something interesting.
Yeah, just answer the question. I just want to see what she doesn't say about immigration. Like, then we can move on.
Yeah.
Oh, here was refugee. Oh no, we're still talking about Gazans. The genocide. Let's bring them over. Get them on a fucking plane. They wouldn't be happy in a beautiful Riviera anyway. They really belong in Cork. I think would be a good place to put them all. Yeah, and then we'll build a wall around Cork to keep the rest of us safe. Okay, what are we on now? Pride, is it?
And that the Republic needed to consider it. He then deleted that tweet and he apologised. Now, like some Irish families, I know this is personal as well as a political issue for you.
the member
where do you
who
stand on this?
got reprimanded.
So just in terms of David, the great thing about social media is that it is immediate and fast and reflexive. And the problem with social media is also that it's immediate and fast and reflexive. And I don't think 140 character tweets on issues that are sensitive.
So the guy came out and said it's good for women that the UK decided women are women.
I think he subsequently has explained his position. Look, for me, and you rightly said, Paddy, this isn't an abstract issue. Simply, I have a trans sibling, and I love my sister.
What are the odds?
I know. Who would have guessed it?
Clever
Huh?
and accomplished, and she's loved beyond measure and
He.
unconditionally. and I want her to live a full, authentic life. And I want that for every human being. And I want us to live in a
Nobody's
society
fucking
where that's
endangering
possible.
that.
So the first thing in discussing any of the issues around this, we need to have the right atmosphere, and we need to reassure each other
None
that we're
of this
starting
means
from a
anything.
position of respect. If we don't have that, we can't have the conversation to clarify, to reassure.
There's
and
no
to start
conversation
getting
to be
issues
had,
that-
you dumb
that
fat
need
cunt.
to
I'm
be
sorry.
addressed. So
Like, you have
for
a
me, I
trans
look across
sibling,
to
so
Britain.
there's it is in essence. It's a trans person. Nobody fucking cares anymore. Shut up before we start hanging them from fucking lampposts just because we're tired of listening to it. I can't fucking take it. I can't take it. What would we have? What do we have to fucking invent now? A society where they're cherished and worshipped and fucking statues built to them and oh my god, like fuck me. How did it get to this fucking place and time where we are? It's always been there, hasn't it? It's just been hidden. It's been hidden, and fucking nobody spoke about it because nobody could be arsed, and people were just looked upon as like, oh, go look at the fucking poor lunatic. But let's just leave him. Sure, he's harmless anyway, isn't he? But now it has to be celebrated in a court case to figure out what a woman is. Have you ever heard the likes of it in your fucking entire life? Can you imagine what the future's going to think of us like? In the year 2025, a landmark decision was made about what a woman actually fucking is.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't have had to happen if we didn't fucking spend so long diluting it, and then it had to be arbitrated by the Supreme fucking Court of a Western country.
And these fools not happy with it. No, we can't have that. Ignore the ruling. Somebody deleted a tweet. Oh my fucking god! Even this dummy, like, isn't it tweet like 240 characters now? Isn't it not 140 characters?
Yeah. Shows how long it's been since she ran her own Twitter account.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, this is sad. All right, let's listen to the bitch.
All right.
You instanced. Look, I believe that we're living in the end days of partition. Actually, this year marks
I thought you was on biblically for a minute there.
Partitioned our island.
Oh,
so a
man.
century ago, people in Tyrone, in your own home county of County Down, woke up one morning and everything had changed for them and they had been left behind. And then the history unfolded, as we know. We're now at a point where we have like real opportunities economically, socially, to build an Ireland that creates wealth, prosperity, happiness, security for our entire
That was fucking
island
15 years
population.
ago, you
and I
daft
think we need to
bitch.
grasp that.
It's gone
and I also
now.
know that we need to plan for it. One of the astonishing things is that in the absence of any substantive debate, that you have 34% of the population north of the border saying, yes, I favour this. I believe that as the conversation deepens, and as we listen to each other carefully, and as the opportunities become more apparent, I believe that support will grow. But the government here in Dublin has to lead that. They can't bury their heads in the sand.
I understand that. You know, you're talking about all of these things that, you know, how people's lives are going to change economically. When I was growing up in the north, you know, we had Maggie Thatcher telling us that we'd be better off under Britain, and it didn't change any nationalist.
Well, nobody was better off under Maggie Thatcher, Paddy.
Oh my god, round of applause for the most obvious fucking joke. Fucking hell, man. How long until we stop patting ourselves on the back for saying fucking negative things about Margaret Thatcher?
Yeah.
It's not like she's fucking Hitler. Yeah, she was bad, you know, bad in a few ways, but she wasn't fucking this bad. Fucking hell, I hate this fucking, like, not just her, but all of this.
Yeah, all of it.
You will be British in a united Ireland. That's who you are. That's your identity. We're not trying to challenge that. But I'm saying very directly that this island, this entire economy, is better off as a single unit. And there's evidence of that already. I mean, in the time of the Good Friday Agreement, the all-island trade was somewhere in the region of about 2 billion. It's now, what, about 14 billion all those years on. The border is a liability for us. We have unfinished business.
No
and I
kidding.
think we
All
should
those fucking
have this as a
refugees
national
screaming
project
over
that
it
we
on a daily
reconcile
fucking basis.
and unite our island, and we build a place where our young people, all of them, whatever their background, have their right chance here at home, and that we're not seeing them on Skype or whatever down in Sydney or Melbourne or Perth.
But if you're sitting in Newtownards or Ballymena and you don't want to have the conversation, you know, is it not up to you now to set out what it's going to look like to start the conversation? Instead of saying we need to have it, say this is what we think it's like. We've been thinking about it for a long time. It's our aspiration. Here you go, guys. This is what it's going to look like. What do you think?
Yeah, I think there's a balance in that. Of course, on the one hand, there's an onus on us. So when we talk about, for instance, healthcare, access to healthcare, and how you
Do we
partner
give a
up
shit about any
services
of
north
this?
and south,
No.
and how that works.
My thoughts. Nobody in the country cares about United Ireland anymore. Like, it's just like.
Oh, I mean, you know, of course, you want your country back to be a whole and complete, but this fucking shit that she's talking, like, it's not an economic policy that we're after. It's not anything else other than the spiritual fulfillment of, like, well, within my lifetime, we at least got back what we lost. You know, revanchism. But you know, this shit about, like, oh, we're going to be better off.
How?
She has no ideas, no solutions except more socialism.
Yeah, what does a United Ireland look like? Like, how different would it be in the morning? Oh, everybody's poor. Yay! Yay! Fucking
That's what
round
it
of
would
applause.
be.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
North is a fucking giant fucking tax sink.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, and I'm sure all those unionists will be delighted. No issues there at all. They'll all be fucking happy as Larry in the morning to have a United Ireland. And even, like, what the people in the North, why would they want anything to do with this fucking rotten shithole down south is a mystery to me, an absolute fucking mystery. Unless you're trans, well then, yay. Oh, finally, United Ireland full of Pakis and Indians and Nigerians. Yay. What a wonderful world. Oh, God, I've become so fucking horribly cynical over the years. But how could you not? Okay, let's listen to her. Oh, fuck.
Nice.
Right? For whom unity would not be their first preference. When I meet, as
We're
I
still
do,
talking about
from
this.
time to time,
Yeah.
women from a unionist or a loyalist background, do you know what
Look,
they want?
how about you're fucking Sinn Féin? You planted bombs all around the country and fucking murdered people. How about you just come on TV and say, we're getting it back, lads. All right, we're going to fucking hold the referendum and we're going to take it from them. And that's it. Let's not get into, pandering, say, oh, but it'll be better for this and blah, blah. No, it's just this, that's ours. We're taking it back.
Yeah, we're expelling everybody from the north of Ireland, Catholic and Protestant. We're going to just shove all the refugees into it. And then it's a whole new problem. All the Protestants are going to go back to Scotland. All the nationalists, we keep the nationalists, all the fucking socialist Republicans, we'll just dump them into the middle of the fucking ocean to help replenish the fish stocks in the Atlantic. All right, come on, Mary, get to the immigration, for Christ's sake.
Oh my God, there was applause. Jesus.
Ugh.
Wow. I mean, really? Is I don't know. Every time there's an election, I think, is that real? Are those results real? And then I tune into fucking the Late Late Show and I think, are these people real? I've never met them.
I don't know. Sadly, I think they are. I think there's a maybe they're not. I don't know. It would be like an amazing coup for them to pull off this magical feat of fixing elections for 80 years since the foundation of the state. More. How old is the state now? 100 years? Is it something like that? Or anyway?
Well, look. I can forgive the last up until the last 30 years voting Sinn Féin. Sorry, Fine Gael, Fine Gael. That's fine. I mean, it's understandable. Except a little around the 80s, that was a bit iffy. But other than that, I think a lot of our elections have to be fixed on some level. Like, You would expect the last general election to at least have a groundswell of a leftist vote at the very least. But no, not even that. Because all the Irish people I talk to, they're either going left or they're going right. They're sick of it. They're done with the centre bullshit.
Yeah. I suppose there's always that large group of people who are, dependent on the state. That's everyone, from public servants, civil servants, and those. Well, those on the dole, it doesn't really matter because they generally don't vote. I think on mass, But from a stability point of view, it would make perfect sense to keep the ship of state afloat and not to rock the boat, because it would be chaos.
Yeah, fair. You're muted. Okay, cool. I was wondering what was going on. Right.
Yeah, carry on. Okay, are we back?
Yeah, are we back? You're back. Yeah,
I'm back. Okay,
other conditions. So there's
at
work to be
least
done, and
that's
we
what I
have to
thought
crack on
happened.
with that. But let me say this: it will never be acceptable to blur the lines in the way that this government sought to blur them. Having gone to the electorate, and they formed their government. I accept that. I
Oh,
accept
not
the
this
verdict of
fucking
the
shit
election,
again.
But I also know that they told lies.
Oh my god. Okay. You know what? Yeah. Oh, please, FSB handlers, just fly me to Moscow.
I don't think it would be any better. Maybe it would. I don't know.
Well, you know what? Whatever's going on over there in Russia is not my problem.
Yeah,
yes,
there you go.
I'll be there, but here, I'm here, and it's my problem. So it's bugging the shit out of me.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we speak the same language as this woman, so we can understand what it is she's not saying. Yeah, I don't know.
My God, what a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, I just want to hear the oh, look at that face. I just want to hear about the refugees. That's all. Presidential nomination.
Oh,
is that it?
Oh my God, man! Wow!
That was clickbait. Those cunts lied to me. Like, what a bunch of cunts. So nothing. She said all of nothing about immigration. So we were lied to. Yeah, but it is still a problem. Maybe that will unite the island. People north and south will come together and unite under the grand issue of immigration into Ireland. Maybe. I don't know. I think there's enough division between those who already have a problem with it anyway to keep us going. Because we have, of course, the big march, which is tomorrow, and that's split into two factions. So I think we'll talk about that a little bit later on. We'll get around to a proper. So two things really to talk about. I wanted to talk about what Mary Lou had to say, but since she said absolutely fucking nothing, we can't. So we may as well just dive into the main guts of the issues at hand. And of course, the big issue at the moment is the Pope, unfortunately, has kicked the bucket. Francis is no more. I think it's tomorrow. Is the funeral tomorrow?
Yeah, he's been lying in state since.
Yeah. So there'll be a new election for a new pope. The conspiracy theory is that this will be the last pope. I think it was Saint Malachy. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but this is definitely the last pope, according to Saint Malachy. Not Malachi Steenson. No, that's another Malachy, but Saint Malachy. So he prophesized with like remarkably good success. All the kind of popes up to the year, I think it was 1600. Which just so happened to be around the time that they found his manuscript. After 1600, not so accurate because it kind of fell off. So there was a conspiracy that one of the cardinals who wanted to become pope magically found Malachi's manuscript just before there was the conclave was called for the election of that particular pope. But anyway, the last pope will be Peter. Some people are arguing that it was Francis was Peter. How that works, I don't fucking know. I know there is currently a Peter, the Italian, in the mix to become the next pope. But then I think there always is, aren't they? Limited with names. It's normally a Francis or Peter or a John Paul or a Benedict of some description. So the Pope is dead. I think, and this is another conspiracy, but I think J.D. Vance is an assassin. J.D. Vance was the last person to see the Pope before he died.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was the last public person to see. His last appointment was J.D. Vance. So we may want to keep an eye on J.D. Vance as he travels around the world. He could actually be an international hitman. So we'll keep an eye on that. What have we got in the chat? The split in the nationalist movement. Yeah, we'll definitely get around to that. So RTE, again, RTE, of course, the Pope is in the news cycle, as would be expected and kind of typical of RTE. I thought it would be a lot worse. I thought they'd have no sympathy for the Pope, no kind words at all. But it was kind of measured, but still, they managed to fit in, the child abuse. Can't get away from that. Every opportunity, it's like we have to mention the child abuse, and we have to mention the horrors of the industrial schools, and then the fact that Francis apparently was a lovely fellow. Loved the poor people, as most popes do. And coupled with that, Klaus Schwab stepped down from the World Economic Forum, also the same age as the Pope. And people kind of put the Pope and Klaus in the same boat. The Pope was invited to the World Economic Forum. They share kind of similar ideology on solving the problems of the world through Marxism, or at least the lens of Marxism. So Pope Francis, of course, was socialist. So he was what's the term? Liberation theologist. So he comes from that background. And Klaus Schwab also had connections with a couple of bishops from South America as well, and he found them deeply influential. So we'll talk about that in a little minute, but we'll just have a look at, I think, RTE's coverage of the Pope, so people can get an idea about how RTE and the establishment kind of still views the Pope and the Catholic Church, which again is under attack. Recently, into the schools union wanted to, they had a vote to get rid of religion from state education altogether, but unfortunately for them, that was defeated. So I'll just share this screen now and we see if we can get it running. Let me see. Okay, you just let me know if you can see this, Howard, or if it needs to be maximized. How's that looking? Can you see it okay? You're muted there, Howard, so I can't hear you if you're talking.
Yeah, go ahead and maximize it, though.
Okay.
If you can.
No, it's maximized there. I'll have to just kind of zoom in a bit. No, it won't zoom in either. Right, we're just going to have to deal with that. That's fucking wonderful.
It's grand.
Yeah, okie doke.
The Vatican has announced that the funeral of Pope Francis will take place on Saturday morning. The Pope's body is to be brought to St. Peter's Basilica tomorrow, where members of the public are invited to pay their respects over the course of 3 days.
It was Dublin-born Cardinal Kevin Farrell who led prayers over the body of Pope Francis in the chapel of the papal residence this morning. The solemnity of the moment also marked with the simplicity which Pope Francis requested.
That was a little bit disrespectful, I thought.
Not in good taste, no.
No, but
and then who's going to get that reference anyway? Come on, it's ancient.
Yeah, I know. It's like there's old people working in RTE.
Well, I
Again,
suppose that is the demographic for RTE. Yeah.
yeah, it's pretty similar demographic to ours, you know. Yeah, 30s to late 80s.
A meeting of cardinals in Vatican City earlier confirmed details of the Pope's funeral, which will take place on Saturday morning in St. Peter's Basilica, before the Pope is buried in Rome's Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore.
Is it? I didn't notice.
Dude, what the fuck is going on over there in Italy?
I don't know. Like that looked like Cardinal Richelieu. I thought he was long gone. But yeah, I think this kind of degeneracy has been going on for quite some fucking time. And in kind of elite circles, you know, and it's finally, maybe it's just leaked out into the public, you know. But well done, RTA. I'm surprised they managed to get cameras in. They did, obviously, maybe some sort of older mobile device, given the quality of the footage. But good work.
As he instructed.
Bit of symbolism.
Yeah, solar symbolism.
A most
Yeah.
original conception, Your Majesty. The birth of Venus. I pray that I may assist you in the birth of a new France, where church and state are one.
Oh.
Amen.
There you go. I think they're subtly trying to tell us something. Something about a new world order. I think that's where Klaus Schwab fits in. This stakeholder government that we have to look forward to. So again, not just church and state, but church, state, and commerce coming together to rule over us like a bunch of degenerates, like Louis XIII and Cardinal Richelieu. That's what we have to look forward to. So happy days, good times ahead.
Already a major security operation is underway ahead of the arrival of global leaders for the funeral, which will be celebrated by cardinals, archbishops, bishops and priests from around the world.
What we expect is that Cardinal Giovanni Battista Re, he will be the primary celebrant and possibly the homilist for the funeral on Saturday, which means he may offer a stirring elocution about Pope.
Are you aware of this cardinal?
No.
Giovanni Battista Re?
Nope.
No, it looks familiar, but yeah, I don't know if they chose a Halloween photo, but a little bit concerning. I know there's some issues in the Catholic Church with children. I don't know where he got the square-headed child below Cardinal Giovanni. But yeah, it's strange, fucking
Pope Francis about his ministry, about the themes that were important for him, such as caring for migrants, opening up the church more to the modern world, and being what Pope Francis called a culture of encounter.
In the days after Pope Francis' burial, talk will turn to a date for the start of a papal conclave and the election of a successor. Fiona Mitchell, RTE News, Rome.
President Michael D. Higgins signed the Book of Condolence for Pope Francis at the Apostolic Nunciature in Dublin this afternoon. He said he thanked Pope Francis for his life and work, embracing issues important to humanity's future together. President Higgins, along with the Taoiseach and Taoiseach, will attend the Pope's funeral in Rome on Saturday. A Book of Condolence is also opened at the Pro Cathedral in Dublin city centre for people who...
Okay, this is the good bit now. So this is where...
All right.
They interview the people we were talking about a minute ago, the people who watch RTE, the people we think don't exist, that, you know, who in the right mind would vote for Fianna Fáil and who would vote for Fine Gael. And I think the people we're going to see, these are the type of people who still do, you know, hard as it is to believe, but maybe when you see these poor people talking, you'll understand why or who it is that's actually still
wished to pay tribute to Pope Francis after his death yesterday. It was one of the places visited by the Pontiff when he came to Ireland in August 2018. The theme of that visit was one of forgiveness as he met survivors of abuse, while he also highlighted the vulnerable in society.
Pope Francis's trip to Ireland might have been short, at just 32 hours, but he met with many different people. including 8 survivors of clerical and institutional abuse, who he spoke with at a private meeting.
It was quite painful.
Yeah. So this is one type of person who votes for Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, maybe Labour. So it's somebody from what's generally referred to in Ireland as the NGO industry. So somebody from an advocacy group, an NGO proper, or a social enterprise, or what the English call as do-gooders. You know, people who not only do good but like to be seen to be doing good. Those who advocate on behalf of others who haven't asked them to advocate on behalf of them. Busybodies, people who interfere in other people's private business and also happen to make a good living from it. So that's part of our cohort. I sound like such a cynical cunt, but that is a good thing in and of itself, you know, to advocate for others generally.
Yeah.
But you know, when it's linked to government, when you're funded by the government, it kind of, you know, it loses its shine for me anyway. It's like, okay, well, you know, because really what it does is it just absolves the government of all responsibility for anything. Like, you would think every time they mention something about the Catholic Church, you think that there was no government in Ireland. Like, it was a complete theocracy like that. It was just the entire Catholic Church that ran the country. No politicians, you know, no state. Everything was run by fucking priests. There was priests and nuns in every government department. There wasn't. There simply wasn't. What happened was that the government goes, well, what do we do now? I don't fucking know. I have no idea how to run a state. Anyone know anybody? Oh, look, they're the church. Let's have them solve all the social problems. And then when it turns out, oh, look what happens when you give all this power to an unaccountable large organization, especially all fucking men dying to ejaculate half the time. But it all goes fucking pear-shaped. And so then the state can just go, okay, well, that had nothing else to do with us. So they just get to wash their hands with it and point the finger at the Catholic Church every 5.5 minutes. So anyway, this is one cohort of people who will vote for the establishment parties. This guy, if you see this guy on the street, know what you're dealing with. You can't convince him to vote any other way or think another way. So you're best off just forget about them. Like, this guy's, what's he got to be, 60? Probably vaccinated, so he'll be dead soon enough anyway. So we don't have to deal with those people in the next 5 years. So Damien O'Farrell, clerical abuse survivor. So he's a survivor, is he? Okay, maybe he was abused as well. Okay, now I feel a little bit guilty. I hadn't seen that.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything. I just let you dig that hole deeper and deeper.
Yeah, he deserved it. He was asking for it. I have an good authority that he was wearing shorter than short shorts. He was teasing the priests, mincing around the schoolyard, winking at them. Right. Okay. Right. So Damien, God, I'm going to be hated more than I already am.
By who? Nobody watches us. It's grand.
All right, there we go.
To hear what people that went.
That's great for my self-esteem.
To an industrial schools and places like that, and he was shocked as well. He hadn't been told, he hadn't been briefed about Magdalene Laundries, and he was quite upset about that himself, that he didn't know.
We were the most vulnerable children in the country, and we were treated very badly, and nobody seemed to care. So I was very upset about that. I really wanted the Pope to know about it, and he did. I did feel like he cared, yeah. He looked very pained and very upset.
Well, of course he would. He's not going to laugh at you now, is he, or start questioning. Like, you know, I don't believe it, actually. I doubt your story there. Like, are you sure it wasn't some false memory you had, or it's not like he's going to get a fit of the giggles?
They're really burying the fucking lead here, which is that this Pope was the most proactive in terms of reconciliation and reform on this subject, you know? But they're just kind of pretending like he's just another Pope, just like the other Pope.
Yeah, they'll get around to that eventually. Like they'll give him his as social justice warrior. So they will come around to that. At least that's my memory of it now. Given that I didn't know the guy was a sexual abuse survivor, I could have imagined the whole fucking thing. But again, that's another woman who will vote for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. So she should be raging, so she's had all this anger built up over time, and then all this she wanted to tell the Pope. So she told the Pope, and now that the Pope listened, she's grand. Sure, we're all friends now. Sure, that makes it all worthwhile. And that would be the same thing. The government could have locked her in her house, say for 2 years, stopped her from going to see her loved ones while they died in hospital, forced her essentially to take an experimental medication against her better judgment. And she's angry about it, but she spoke to a politician, and the politician looked like he was interested in what she was having to say and expressed his sorrow. And sure, that was all she wanted. So it's grand. Everything's fine now. I'll vote for them again. Too fucking kind, Irish people, especially these types, just too kind for their own good.
The Pope met some of Dublin's most vulnerable at the Capuchin Day Centre. And today, some of the volunteers who work there remembered the visit.
There was great excitement. We lined up and we dressed up, and it was a great atmosphere.
Sight you'll never forget, to see the Pope going around posing for selfies and his arms around the people. And really and truly, a great day for everyone. One of the ladies said to me after, she said, if I wasn't homeless, I would never in my life have met the Pope.
Yeah.
If you what? Sorry?
If she wasn't homeless, she would never have met the Pope. So thanking her lucky stars that she's homeless.
Pauper privilege.
Yeah. Yeah, because if she wasn't homeless, if she was doing okay, wasn't strung out on heroin, terrible health, well, then she wouldn't have got to meet the Pope. But thank the good Lord that she's homeless, that she got to meet the Pope,
Yeah, that's just fucking bizarre. But it's also a common story, is that, if you're not fucking homeless and unemployed, you're fucked. We don't care about you. You don't get any help, and you don't get to meet the Pope.
So that's it. If you want help in this world, you have to be homeless, and hope the Pope walks by. So then some guy can go on RTE and tell secondhand news about it, just like like a leper or blind in biblical times. Sure, if that guy wasn't blind or a leper, he never would have got to meet Jesus. Wow. God, I've fallen so far down. Right, let's carry on.
Met the Pope.
Then Taoiseach Leo Varadkar said he has fond memories of hosting Pope Francis.
God.
He came here.
Oh God. Oh, I feel terrible. Yeah, poor fucking Leo. Well, what's the rabbit doing there? Like, that just baffles me. Why the fuck is there a rabbit on the floor?
Oh my God, what the fuck? Jesus. I did not see that there. What the hell? Did you put that there?
No. That rabbit is there for some reason. Maybe it's his pet, is it? Or it's a member of the opposition. It's Pet Rabbit of Labour Party. Oh my God. Oh, that's so fucking awful. Yeah, it's always good to hear from Leo. A staunch Catholic, especially on such a fucking terrible occasion.
He came here to St Mary's Pro Cathedral in Dublin city centre to meet with married couples and some crying babies. And there was also time for some quiet reflection inside.
What did she just say?
He came to the Pro Cathedral to meet with married couples and crying children.
What?
Yeah, it only makes sense. They're foreshadowing, they're very clever at RTE, so it will make sense in like half a minute. Yeah, leave your fucking trolley outside of the church, will you, for Christ's sake? Why do you need to bring your trolley into the church and park it there? Lazy bastards.
Right.
He left flowers and came and sat in this chair. And just as he sat down, two babies started to cry. But he turned the moment.
See, it makes sense now.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so that's worrying, really, isn't it? That someone walks into the room. I know if I was in the house and got two small babies, and then this strange figure walks into the house, and the two children just spontaneously burst into tears. It's like, okay, what the fuck's going on here? It's like the start of a horror movie. But not
Beautifully,
Francis.
and he simply said, "Ascolta, listen to the beautiful music from over here."
Yeah, only a celibate could say that. There's nothing beautiful about children crying. It's fucking awful.
Yeah. The human mind and your nervous system is tuned to experience stress.
Yeah.
Like high levels of stress when they hear babies crying, because there's something wrong with a defenseless human being and it needs to be taken care of.
Yeah. Anyone who describes the sound of crying children as beautiful music is a deeply dark person. I have to.
That is a bit weird,
Yeah.
because he's the Pope, you tend to give him the benefit of the doubt. But if anyone else said that,
Yeah,
if I said that,
yeah, it's like,
that would
what?
be weird.
Yeah. Everyone knows he's lying. Like when someone says that, you're fucking lying. You're just being nice. Like, because really what you want to do under that situation, you want to just say, shut the fuck up. Like, take those fucking children out of here, will you? It's a fucking holy place. We don't need them crying. Like, it's not a fucking baptism. Shush. But it's not the sound of beautiful music. Awful fucking music is what it is. But I suppose he is the Pope and you can't be seen to be angry. There was that time I saw him, he was having, I don't know, some sort of shindig at the Vatican, and he was greeting all the cardinals as they come in. And one black cardinal passed him and he wanted nothing to do with him. He wouldn't shake his hand for some unknown reason. But, yeah, I suppose the pressures of the job eventually, it kind of gets to everybody,
And he said, it's the music of babies crying.
The empty chair, now in a place where people can remember Pope Francis. Maggie Doyle, RTE News.
There we go. Right, thank God we're done with that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. So the Pope's dead. There'll be a new Pope, and then that Pope will die, and then we can move on from there. I know there's a lot of Catholics in Ireland still. I do value Christianity, just in case people think, you're just shitting all over Christianity for the sake of it. No, I'm culturally Christian.
Also, if you think that, you haven't been watching this show long enough to realize that you shits over everything.
Yeah, I do. It's part of the disease I have, Crohn's disease. You just shit over everything all the fucking time, literally and figuratively. Yeah, but we have to shit on it. Like, so you shared a meme with me earlier on. What was it like? Something around like, how are you going to lift people if you continuously tell them that they're fucking idiots or something to that effect?
Yeah, the higher self saying you can't say that there's great potential in humanity and call them fucking idiots all the time.
Yeah, but you can, because you have to point out the fucking idiocy. Like, it has to be, and including yourself. Like, and that's why I act like a fucking idiot half the time. A couple of reasons. One, I am. Until we have to, don't agree with me. we have to acknowledge that there is a lot of fucking idiocy out there, and it's a kindness you do to people when you point out the idiocy. You can't, engage with somebody who holds idiotic ideas because you don't do anybody any favors. Like, so sometimes you just have to, say this is idiotic, and that's what we would have needed. Listening to Paddy Kilty talk to Mary Lou MacDonald, I was like, what did anybody learn from that? Nothing. Not a fucking thing. So if he was any good, like if RT was any, in any way journalistic, he would have just called her out, like, and said this is nonsense, like, and put her in the corner and made her answer, or show everybody in the country that she's full of shit. But that's not going to happen, and. Catholicism, unless there's some, magical new pope, some ultra conservative pope who's going to wind back the Catholic Church, back maybe, I don't know what, 1900 years. I can't see there being a revival in the Catholic Church. But I think people are thirsty, especially in the face of Islam. That seems a bigger threat to people, at least in their minds every day. That people are reaching and looking for something to grasp onto, be it nationalism or a revival of Christianity to kind of unite people. Something that everybody can come under the umbrella. Granted, there's always schisms, as we've seen in the nationalist movement. But I don't know. I think we'll wait and see who the next pope is. If it's an actual black pope, not a Jesuit, but an African pope, that will be fun. Just to see people squirm about having an African pope. But I doubt that. I think the Catholic Church is still a bit squirmy about such things. Maybe a Filipino pope to begin with, and then if it is the last pope, sure, who could? Filipinos are lovely people, I think we could all be happy with a Filipino pope, sure. Aren't you in all the hospitals, working in the hospital for nothing? Like looking after our old people. Right, so we'll park the pope there where he belongs, in the ground. Klaus Schwab. I'm not going to go after Klaus Schwab. Everybody knows who the fuck Klaus Schwab is. Everybody knows about the World Economic Forum. It's been done to death. All people really need to know, it's just another fucking power base. So, another place for the elites, the top 100 companies in the world. This is their organization. 20 years ago, it didn't even exist. If you mentioned it, people thought you were an absolute, raving lunatic. Then over time,
Bilderberg and all that.
Yeah, you remember the Bilderberg. What, there's no strategy group? What are you talking about? There's no group that meets in Davos every year to, talk about how they're going to affect the world. Like, that's crazy. And then it's like, yeah, well, of course they meet. Why wouldn't they meet? They're business people. Of course they meet. So it goes from one extreme to the other. So the Pope, and the Catholic Church and liberation theology, they have a care for the poor people. They prioritize the poor people of the world. Not just the poor people, but the refugees. And so we have this, very unusual threat that's facing every country at the moment where, under the guise of love and justice, countries are being destroyed. And it's very difficult to argue against it because it's being put forward in under the guise of compassion, And maybe it is compassion. And, there's nothing wrong with wanting to help the poor of the world. But unfortunately for people like Francis, he was a big proponent of mass immigration as well, and that's the way to help the poor of the world, is to take them into Europe and have them integrate into Europe. That's not the way to help the poor people of the world. That's just the way to turn Europe into a third world country in kind of quick speed, If any of them were true to the word, I think the biggest problem poor people face in it.
You're gone, man. You're muted.
No,
what went on there?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It maybe just lose connections with this computer. Yeah. So the big problem really is trying to argue against it. And what poor people really need in immediate terms is not the compassion of Europeans. What they really need is, money, housing. And that's it, just to begin with, like just to secure, housing and some form of income. So I believe the Catholic Church still has a few quid. So they may want to invest that into these poor countries. I believe the top 100 companies in the world are quite fucking wealthy, and I don't think that every sovereign nation in the world needs to hand over their sovereignty to these organizations in order to, solve the problem of world poverty, while these guys still get to remain and live in the lap of luxury. No, if you really are that concerned, well then donate, part of your own profits to these poor countries. and start there. Lead by fucking example. And Klaus was the same. Klaus wanted to help the poor people of the world, but in order to do that, it's done through different means. It's the same ideology, just the way it's carried out is slightly different through technocracy and the business elite, rather than the compassion of the Catholic Church. So we leave it there. Other thing we wanted to talk about is, since we mentioned Islam, we may as well start talking about Muslims in Ireland. We've been talking about it for quite a while. I think the population now is at 80,000, 80, 90, 100,000 Muslims that we know of.
Right.
So it's probably double that. And then Indians is...
You're gone again.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, back. Yeah, when you moved your head dramatically there.
I gotta stay still. I got a neck break. So we've got about 80,000 Muslims, 160,000 Indians, and a brewing civil war in that neck of the woods at the moment. So that's going to be fun for the people of Ireland. But there's lots of issues around Islam. People are, starting to talk about it now, but people are very fucking angry. Because a lot of people are fearful of Islam. And why wouldn't you be? You turn on the news in the last 20 years, and every time you see anything to do with Islam or Muslims, are either blowing people up, they're, executing children, killing Christians. And, that's true. It's all true, but it's not unique to Islam. There's Jews do it, Christians do it, but just unfortunately for Islam and Judaism, it's baked into their belief system. It's part of the culture, and of course we can't talk about that because we don't want to upset the Muslims or offend the Muslims. But they have to answer for it, especially if we're going to live with the fuckers. You want to stay in Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan, do all that shit, fine. That's your society, it's your culture. Off you fucking pop. But if you come over here, well, at least we're going to have to talk about it. It doesn't mean you as an individual Muslim are engaging in it. But if this is part of your culture and your ideology and your religion, well, one, we're going to talk about it. I want to know what you think about it. And especially, do you agree with this? Are you okay with the child marriage thing? Are you okay with, referring to me, who doesn't believe in your religion, as a kafar, that it's okay to fucking, under certain circumstances, to kill me? It's okay under certain circumstances, if we go to war, if there's a war declared, that you can take my children, my girls, and my wife and my sisters and aunties as slaves, and fuck them, rape them, because that's permitted under your religion. And again, it doesn't mean that you may do it, but your religion, your prophet, said it's okay to do these things. Day after day, we see more and more kind of propaganda. Not even, we'll call it propaganda, but more or less, be kinder. Let's say more efforts to integrate Islam into Irish society. So we see images of, Eid in Croke Park. We see our Prime Minister coming out to celebrate Eid, the same day as Mother's Day this year. And again, completely forgot to say Happy Mother's Day to any of the women in Ireland, which is unprecedented. Nearly every Mother's Day, and the Irish mammy, it's not like it's we don't value mothers in Ireland, so it's a big fucking thing to overlook. So the integration is being pushed, and we have, Islamic sheiks on Irish television and in Irish media, telling us how wonderful Islam is and how peaceful it is. And to an extent, that's true. It's, not everything in the religion is terrible. A lot of good things can be said for it as well. But it comes to our attention now for two reasons, really. One is two church fires. So one in Donegal and one in Arbor Hill. Now, The one in Donegal happened on Easter Sunday, I believe, and the one in Arbor Hill happened on Easter Monday. There's nothing to link these to Muslims per se, other than just wild speculation. Because again, we look to Europe, there does seem to be this link that the more Muslims you have in your country, the more Christian church fires there are, which is bizarre. It's just maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know, but I think there might be some link between them. How strong it is, I don't know. So the fire in Donegal, that comes to attention on social media, and then immediately people.
You're gone again.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it. So if it happens again, don't worry, I'll correct it quick enough.
Right.
So yeah, so it basically, flashes across social media. This fire happened, and then people are on it immediately, like, okay, it's the Muslims, or could be. Actually, people.
Now you're back to the wrong microphone.
Oh, mother of Jesus Christ! I thought the Jews were fucking with us. It's the Muslims, the Muslim Brotherhood system.
Okay, better.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, let me just fiddle with this connection. Just make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you killed it now, but
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's the connection point. It's where the jacks go into the computer. There's obviously a bit of solid way or something like that. So we'll have to get that fixed. Yeah, so a lot of fucking wild speculation on social media, as is to be expected.
All we have.
Yeah. And again, it's unusual, because it's not every day that you hear of a church fire, especially not two in succession, and the timing as well, Easter Sunday and Easter Monday. Very unusual. And
well, isn't there the connection with the Easter Rising to the one in Philsborough?
Yeah. We'll get around to that one in a second. So the one in Donegal. So since it's happened, news has come out that there was what did they describe it as, a fire flash. Now I thought it was just being Irish journalism, that they just got the grammar arseways, and it was like a flash fire. But no, it's a fire flash. So there's a Sunday World article here. Let me just share it on the screen, and we can read it together. A reading from the Sunday World, according to Mark. Rightio. Okay, dokie. Can we see that on screen? Yeah. I'll read it anyway, so you won't need to.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, it's shit. So it's
fire flash. What the fuck is that?
There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
Right. So latest, Gardaí examine a fire flash at scene of devastating County Donegal church fire. Investigators are still trying to determine the cause of the blaze, which completely gutted St. Mary's Church in Derrybeg in the early hours of Monday morning. So this is a Gaeltacht area as well. And there are a couple of IPAS centres in and around the area, from what I can make out. So there is that to consider as well. So the charred remains of St. Mary's Church of Derrybeg. Gardaí are examining a fire flash, which was seen on CCTV footage downloaded.
Oh.
Yeah.
All
so
right.
Firebomb is what I'm reading there. Yeah. So, unless the Holy Spirit came into the church and was beside a bit of cloth. Yeah, it's very rare for I've never heard this term, a fire flash, any fucking where, and it's unusual because normally what happens is it's, one of the heaters, there was an electrical fault with the heaters. People have ever, been in a church, they have those old kind of element heaters that are on all the walls, particularly cold places as well. So, hard to heat. So you would imagine that it's either, from an element from a heater, where one of the candles has fallen over, especially around Easter time, and it's caught on the cloth on the altar or something like that, and it's gone up in flames.
Right.
Yeah. But this is a fire flash. So the fire flash, which was seen on CCTV footage, downloaded as part of the investigation. Thanks for the downloaded, like it's on YouTube. I had to convert the file into the devastating fire which destroyed a County Donegal church. Investigators are still trying to determine the cause of the blaze, which completely gutted. Okay, Jesus Christ, like talk about repeating yourself.
I know it's just for word count for
Yeah.
for the computers rather than the humans. Yeah.
Gutted St Mary's Church in Derrybeg in the early hours of Monday morning last. CCTV footage has been harvested from
what?
Harvested, like,
jeez, man.
It's AI again, isn't it? Like,
Mm.
CCTV has been harvested from numerous nearby buildings in a bid to build up a picture of what may have caused the blaze. The footage is also being studied closely to examine any vehicles of persons. There should be or. The footage is also being studied closely to examine any vehicles or persons who may have been in the area at the time of the blaze, which started around 4 a.m. One aspect of the footage is the discovery of a fire flash in the very early stages of the blaze. A Garda source said investigators are trying to determine if this was the cause of the blaze or if it was a consequence of a fire which had already started in the building.
Wait! Isn't that what the fire brigade do, though? They investigate how a fire started and then tell the police.
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Yeah, so the Garda source said investigators are trying to determine, so the investigators could be.
Oh, okay, all right.
From the fire department. Yeah, it's very confusing
Right.
when you're reading an Irish, especially a tabloid
Yeah.
article, because they tell you the same thing 6 times in a different way. So yeah, that doesn't work. Once is enough. When you say it 6 times, it just becomes confusing. Once established, the blaze quickly took hold of the building and was hastened by the vast wooden panelling, which made up the ceiling of the church building. Thanks for letting us know how fires fucking progress. Fire crews from 5 different stations fought the blaze throughout the night.
Wow.
The building
I didn't know Donegal had 5 stations.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. The building was left to shell. The road leading to the church remains cordoned off by Gardaí as investigations continue. When asked for an update on their investigation into the fire, a spokesman for the Garda press office said Gardaí assisted local fire services at the scene of a fire at the premises of Dorrybeg in English, County Donegal, shortly after 4 a.m. on Monday the 1st of April 2025. A cordon was established and a number of nearby properties were evacuated while the fire was brought under control. There were no injuries. The scene has been preserved for technical examination. Meanwhile, fundraising efforts to help rebuild the church are gathering momentum. Daniel O'Donnell, Clonard's Moya Brennan and Alton's Maireadney Wainley have vowed to play at a concert this Saturday night at Choc Fawdy Ogue in Crawley to help raise funds. A GoFundMe page was celebrated this week and has amassed more than €57,000 in pledges.
Wow.
Okay,
is that it there?
What the fuck is that, Don? Cash only. Keep an eye on that fucking priest. So count that money before it goes anywhere.
That cracked me up.
Ukrainian caught with 980 grand in crime. Gang cash. Lovely. Love the Ukrainians. So that sounds a bit suspicious now, like that it's this fire flash, and the fact that they're talking about it. I was amazed really that it made the papers at all, because generally it wouldn't,
Yeah.
But again, there's no link suggesting that it's Muslims of yet, other than people online. Can you talk for a moment? I desperately need a piss. I'm sorry to do this.
Oh yeah. You go right ahead. I don't want to jump ahead of the narrative here. For Morgan seems to be driving the bus 100% this show. But I have my fucking doubts, guys. We'll look at the other church fire that happened, I guess, within the preceding 12 to 24 hours on Easter Monday, which I mean, it's never to the date. It's rarely to the date, but Easter Monday is when the Easter Rising happened. So it's very, um, it suggests something, you know. Uh, and I think it was about 2 weeks ago that we had news of something like 48 graves of Muslims in England were desecrated. Just in one night, someone just wrecked a bunch of headstones and graves themselves. And of course, the cart was trotted out of Islamophobia. Now, I have to wonder who's responsible for all of these things? I mean, is there really a war, an Islamic war against Christianity in Ireland, against the Irish? I think they'd rather just leave Ireland in peace so that it can be used for money laundering and as a staging ground for terrorism in other countries. You know, you don't shit where you eat kind of thing. And I'm wondering, are these false flags that, because 2 weeks difference between these two events on both of our islands, you know, I have to wonder.
What happened? Did something happen somewhere else?
Oh yeah, do you remember I put in our host chat there about 2 weeks ago that there was 48 Muslim graves
oh yeah,
desecrated in England.
Mm.
And I wonder who it is. I wonder whether it's a false flag to, you know, stir up division.
Mm.
Or if it's maybe, right, yesterday was it? There was the Pakistani terrorist attack
Mm.
in the disputed region of India.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if that's a retaliation for maybe it was Hindus or at least Indians in England who desecrated those graves.
Yeah. Well, that's it. We can never know. Like, we can never fucking know to any real satisfaction, you know. Same with these churches. Like, so, you know, even if the two white dudes are arrested in the morning, it's still going to linger that, okay, this was Muslims. Or again, if anybody, like, well, the thing is, as it states in the paper there, there's, you know, the CCTV footage was harvested from buildings around. So if there is a perpetrator, well, then it should be pretty fucking easy.
Yeah,
to track them down, or at least for people to know. Okay, well, look, there's footage here of, you know, people going into the church, and then it comes down to, okay, well, who's the most likely suspect? So, you know, it's either going to be, you know, Protestants, Muslims, atheists, or no good teenagers, right? In no particular order. But the big issue here for people is Muslims, you know, because it's an emerging threat on a couple of different levels. You know, people look over to the UK to see how it hasn't worked in the UK. You know, Muslims don't really integrate en masse into British society, and that's not to say that, you know, oh, a Christian or a secularist can't engage in daily conversation with a Muslim, you know. Of course that happens, but when push comes to shove, if there is a holy war in the morning, I can guarantee you, Muslim will side with Muslim, Christian will side with Christian, you know, Englishman will side with Englishman. And that's the problem when you have competing fucking ethnic groups in your country. When you know, when there is a dispute, well, then people will naturally go towards their own people. When you've got too many competing groups in a society, it's just a recipe for fucking disaster. And especially when there's, you know, big differences between the cultures, you know, and, you know, people have this kind of childish notion that, oh, well, everybody believes in the same God, so it's the same religion. No, it's not. So, you know, Muslims, if you're a Christian and you believe in the Trinity, well, then, you know, they think you're an idolater. Like, you know, it states in their book that, you know, there's one God, and it's a big thing for those guys. There's just one. that, you know, Jesus was a prophet, and anybody who believes in the Trinity is, you know, participating in shirk, and that's, you know, punishable by death. Now, that doesn't mean that, you know, Abdul in the local fucking curry house is going to kill you, but it's baked into the ideology. And then, you know, if they are believers, well, then unfortunately for them, it's going to come down to, okay, well, you know, yeah, Allah said it's permittable, therefore it's permittable. And that's it. You know, you may as well shrug the fucking shoulders.
Well, yeah, they'll also tell you, and you know, there's truth to this, that if you're a Christian or you're a Jew, you're a person of the book, and you know, you're exempt from these harsh treatments. However, that Trinity thing, which you know, almost every single Christian believes in, by the way, across all, you know, main denominations, that's no for Muslims. So that puts you back in the pagan category for them.
Yeah, and the hilarious thing is that, you know, their religion is pretty much fucking pagan anyway. Like, they worship a fucking stone, for Christ's sake. You know, they make a pilgrimage to dance around the fucking, you know, a cube and kiss a stone, a holy stone.
And they also throw stones at another stone, which represents Satan to them.
Yeah. So, you know, and the the black stone that they kiss, you know, that fell from heaven, apparently. It was white when it hit the ground, but then because of human sin, it turned black.
Huh.
So then when a lot of Muslims, they're asked, well, you know, well, how is the stone holy? They rationalize it by saying, well, because Muhammad touched it. And say so, but you know, it wasn't holy before Muhammad touched it. So why worship it? And then they worship it because Muhammad touched it. But it's madness. It's fucking madness to watch, you know, hundreds of thousands of people circle the Kaaba and then try to kiss a stone. So by kissing the stone, it basically, and you know, circling the Kaaba 7 times, it absolves them of their sins, you know. And when this is brought up to them and say, but this is fucking bananas. Like, what kind of God would say to you, okay, well, you know, I'm going to make a stone holy, and then by kissing the stone, it absolves you of all your sins. Like, what kind of God is that? And then they were like, oh, well, you know, Catholics used to pay indulgences to absolve them of their sins. And okay, well, fair enough. Like, yeah, but it doesn't say that in the fucking Bible. You know, it's not the word of, you know, of Christ. Whereas, like, you know, give some money to absolve yourselves of the sins. But the problem for Muslims is it's in their holy book. And of course, the reason we're talking about Muslims now today is because of the links to these churches, be the links be spurious. And so we had the second church fire, which is in Arbor Hill, which is, you know, Dublin city centre. It's at the back of the museum. Also in the grounds where the leaders of the 1916 Rising are buried. Of course, being Irish, we've such great respect for those fallen leaders that we, you know, we put a paedophile prison right beside the place where they're buried. You know,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So we have the sex offenders prison right next door to where the leaders of the Rising are buried, and then the church as well. So apparently with that one, there was a fire. I think Dave come forward to say it was an electrical fire. I would tend to go with that, only for the fact that because the prison is adjacent to the church, that it would be nigh on impossible to get anywhere inside that church. I think it's closed most of the time anyway. There's big metal gates on it. It's surrounded on all sides by CCTV. So that one may well just be a fire. But again, you know, it's the timing of it. And I suppose an argument can be made, okay, well, it's Easter, so, you know, there's a lot of activity within the church. So, you know, many more candles would be lit. So there's probably a higher probability of a fire happening. But then, you know, I did some maths, and so the probability is something like 0.0037%. So that's like, you know, 1 in, you know, 22,800 chance of it happening, which is which is fucking high. So it's very unlikely that something like that's going to happen. I think it's on the same kind of probability of being struck by lightning and dying, and which is a rare event, and again, two within one day of each other. So that got people thinking, and then the very next day, we have a story coming out of Clonskea in Dublin, that there's a rift in the main mosque in Dublin. So there's these images online of a kind of kerfuffle within the mosque. And
we want to look at that?
Yeah, we'll bring it up now in a second.
Yeah, I can share it if you cancel your share.
Yeah, hang on, I'll do it now. Hang on, I have it here. I'll just.
All right, yeah, you go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt your flow.
No, you're all right. I haven't fucked with anything like that, so there'll be no silly retards in it.
The one's already in there. Oh, wow! How did Morgan manage to kick himself out of the fucking restream? Jesus, he's just gone, completely gone. Wow. I mean, talk about leaving me in the lurch here now. I need to hold up the fort while God knows what happens. All right, there he's back. Thank God he didn't get a power cut or something. All right, we'll wait for him to get ready again.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, a Muslim broke into the back of the house there. I had to defend myself. Threw some rashes at him, and he ran out the house. Right. Okay. Right. So we have these scenes within the Islamic Centre in Dublin.
Wow. That is insane.
Yeah. Again, hard to know what's going on. It just looks like people are fighting over a table. So I don't know, maybe it's a holy table of some description. But again, strange scenes for you couldn't imagine this happening in a church. It's just kind of unheard of.
Yeah, and it's not unusual because when I was looking up imagery for the show's thumbnail, I found 2 other instances of fights in mosques. It's just a thing that they do. They fight with each other in their place of worship.
Yeah,
come on.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a religion of peace and a place of reflection and study. So yeah, it's bananas like that this would happen. There's a lot of glee in people, including myself. When you see these images, it's just like, see, fucking told you, people. Would you listen? No, you fall for the horseshit. Like, oh, you fall for the Al-Qadri treatment. Like we're a peaceful people. We just want to integrate. That's how it always happens. There's kind of 3 steps to it. It's like the first step is the friendly face of Islam, just so we can get here. Like, there's only we are only 80,000. We love Ireland. Ireland is my home. Jesus is my friend. We see Jesus as a prophet. Jesus is revered in our society. Well, what about that Trinity? Oh, we cannot talk about the Trinity. Let's not focus on the division. That's Islamophobic. That's stage 1. Then stage 2 is when there's about 300,000 of them. It's like, okay, well, now we want this. We want our own special toilets. So we can carry out wudu in the airports and public buildings, and then we want this, and then we want that, and then we want to be represented in the parliament, and we want a list of demands, and then the next step is like there's kind of 2, 3, 4 million of them, and then it's like, okay, well now we're the majority. And it's time for you to go, and if you're unlucky as a country and you get the kind of sect of Islam that wants to impose Sharia, and it's happening in a lot of places. A lot of places that were Christian. It just so happens that you get these guys from Islam who move in, and then the Christians just vanish. Like they just move off to some mysterious island. And their numbers just dwindle magically over time, and then they're gone. Seems to repeat every time. And then so then if you do get to that situation where Sharia is imposed, well, then you have a few choices. One, die. Do leave, run if you can, or three, pay the tax, and they'll leave you alone as long as you pay the tax. But you can't have a church. You can't be as welcoming as Irish people are. But again, it's very hard to have these conversations because it sounds like you want to kill people. It sounds like you want to go, okay, well, fuck you lot. Every one of you need to go. You need to get out. Probably you do, but that horse is bolted, unfortunately. So we have to come up with a way to kind of some new ideas, and if I don't have any other than to talk about it and to ask those horrible questions where you appear as a bigot of all things. But it's not bigoted; it's just asking an uncomfortable question. What about this element of your religion? What about that element of your religion? And what about the kitty fucking? Please explain the kitty fucking to me. Do you agree with the kitty fucking? Are we going to get our knickers in a twist about the Catholic Church forever? How about this new fucking guy over here, where it's actually baked into the religion that it says, it's okay to fuck the kids. But no, it's a tricky conversation. So we don't know why they're fighting. Initially, I didn't know what the fuck is going on. It's just it seems like a pushing and a shoving match. I was looking at the faces. Of course, does anybody have a decent fucking phone in Ireland? I haven't seen one.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, is there any, every video I see, I don't know if the footage gets degraded when it's converted or uploaded to whatever fucking platform it gets uploaded to, but I thought all these phones now were supposed to have, 20 fucking megabit lenses and carry on. It's like everything still looks like it's 1990 fucking 8. So please, somebody sort this shit out.
It's a flip phone, yeah.
Yeah, and fucking landscape, not portrait, landscape, the fucking picture, so we can actually see it. So yeah, I'm looking at the faces. I thought, okay, well, maybe some right-wing group has gone into the mosque and they're, having some sort of protest but no, this is apparently an internal struggle. So we'll just watch it play out. Oh, there's a punch. Did you see that, cunt? This guy here throws a punch, sneaky punch. Watch him there.
This is a longer video than I saw. This is cool.
And this guy here seems to be a central figure. And he's got a suit on. These just look like locals. This guy seems to be some sort of visiting dignitary. Looks like an accountant, if you ask me. He has that look about him. Maybe it's the glasses and the suit, and the fact that people are punching him. Like, definitely an accountant.
What is that? Wow! Like they're at a fucking a rock and roll concert.
All right, so where was it?
Yeah, I think just back there. Yeah,
that's an impressive mustache as well. It's you see it? This guy
Where?
here, he looks like one of those guys from the circus. The strong men from the circus. One of those fucking handlebar mustaches. Look at it. Or is it his glasses? Oh, his glasses have come off his face. That's what it is. His glasses have been punched in his face.
Oh, right. Okay.
I think. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Oh, did we miss it? Okay.
Yeah, just by a second or two. Yeah. What is that, man?
I know.
Someone's really having a good time.
Maybe it's a
there.
goat or something, like if they call it goat. There's a goat in the
A
building.
goat getting raped. Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is that? Like, who's that guy? What's he say? Removal. Like he's a great help, isn't he? Yeah, it must be part of some of the security training that it's time to get him out. So that guy is a great help by shouting the word removal. What's with the fucking table?
It's just being used as a weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is posted online. It's posted on X. And then I noticed a couple of people from the left are coming online. I think it was you sent me the post earlier where someone online was saying that the Garda have released a statement saying that they're not aware of an incident, or they weren't involved in an incident, and then somebody posted online saying the Garda were there, like, and then all of these people were pointing and saying, "Don't be fucking stupid! They're security guards. There was no Garda there, and why would the Garda lie saying they weren't there?" Well, the guards were there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a blue vest.
That
right
guy there, like that's a
Yeah.
security guard, okay, with the high vis and the stripes. That's a guard, okay. That's one of the new little uniforms that the guards wear. And and there's another guard there. So the guards, the guards were there, so the guards are aware of it. I think the statement the guards released is that there is no ongoing relationship or something with the events at the mosque, something to that effect, which doesn't really tell us anything. So other than, okay, well, no charges are being brought forward because nobody's made a complaint. But even the way that's phrased in and of itself is unusual, because normally it's like we read with the Sunday World article there that, like an investigation is ongoing. Normally the guards would say that, we were called to a disturbance, or we were called to a public order issue at the mosque. And then they say, however, no further investigation has come from our contact with the people involved. And the mosque itself are telling everybody, listen, shh, don't say anything. We're all fucking Muslims here. Like, this shit stays within the four walls of the mosque. Don't say anybody to anything. Don't let the disbelievers know. We must project this united front to the outside world, which again causes more suspicion to the average person. It's like, okay, well, just tell us what the fuck's going on. Like, we want to know what's going on, because we all have these questions around Islam, and it's worrying for us that there's, it seems to be more and more of you fuckers arriving every day of the week, like, and we see, mosques going up here, mosques going there, here, there, and everywhere, and there's supposedly only 80,000 of you, but there seems to be a new mosque.
I need a minute.
Say again, sorry?
I need a minute.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so there seems to be, mosques going up in every county at increasing rates. So people are right to ask, well, what the fuck is going on in here? So apparently there's some sort of internal dispute within the mosque. So then there's people are saying it's partly to do with the running of the mosque, the board of management, and certain financial aspects to the running of the mosque. And of course, the mosque itself, it's not funded by the members. So it's funded, I think it's Saudi Arabia. And so they have some questions that they wanted to know details on 1,000 people, 1,000 members of the mosque. And then you kind of new rumors emerged that, okay, maybe this has something to do with the Muslim Brotherhood, because a previous leader at the mosque was alleged to have ties with the Muslim Brotherhood. So then I came across an article from an Arabic site. Just let me grab that now and see if I can throw it into the chat here. Let me just open up the bookmarks. Okay, I'll just share that screen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, great! I didn't open up the fucking. Where's the tab to change it to English? That's beautiful, isn't it?
It's not even a good translation anyway, so don't worry about it.
I have to worry about it because I don't read Arabic, dude.
Well, then put it into Grok or something.
Oh, what a pain in the tits.
I know, right? It's so inconsistent.
Okay. Okay, you talk some shit there while I try and get this to translate.
All right. Where was that mega mosque? Was it in Cork that they were going to build it, and it had a capacity of like fucking ridiculous, like 100,000?
I think it was Kerry, like Killarney.
Yeah.
So that's what I was saying. They're kind of going up everywhere. People are worried about it, and they're not like small mosques. And again, we got to remember that these people will have children, so it's not going to be long before we're talking, hundreds of thousands of.
Exactly, they're planning ahead,
So they're put.
and this is very deliberate, and we're about to learn what's going on with that, basically.
Okay. Is that okay in the screen there? Or something?
Yeah. Google Translate is up there.
Okay.
You know what? No in Google to translate Arabic. Go ahead.
So Ireland's largest Islamic centre closed under pressure from, there we go, the United Arab Emirates, leaving worshippers furious. Okay, so that's why they're angry, because they're closing the shit down. So the Islamic Centre in Dublin was closed after a safety investigation. The management of the Islamic Cultural Centre in Dublin announced the closure of its mosque and school until further notice, following an escalating internal crisis led by entities affiliated with the United Arab Emirates, amid widespread shock and concern amongst Muslims in Ireland. The closure decision, announced by the centre's management in a brief statement posted on its gates, came after days of heated verbal clashes and altercations inside the mosque and in front of worshippers. Many consider the incident not merely an administrative dispute, as previously reported, but a direct result of the UAE's attempts to dominate Muslim community institutions in Europe and its attempt to use them as soft security and intelligence tools. Okay, that's kind of worrying.
Yeah, that blew my mind when I saw it. Not that I didn't know that was happening, but now that it's being stated.
So it's being stated, so we have to fucking talk about it, The crisis began when the UAE's General Authority of Islamic Affairs and Endowments, which funds the centre, demanded detailed personal data on more than 1,000 students and their families at the mosque's Islamic school. The move was met with a categorical refusal from the school's administrators, who considered the request a blatant violation of privacy and illegal under Irish law. Oh, how you hide behind Irish law when it suits you, you hypocritical cunt. Yeah, but, that's the problem when you have a master who pays for the mosque, when he comes around looking for details, you got to give him. For its part, the management decided to escalate the situation. Obviously, as we've seen, wrestling with tables. The school's board members were barred from entering the building. Their emails were blocked, and they were refused any cooperation. Tensions reached a peak on Friday evening when a Pakistani lawyer, Zahid Jamil, who works with the UAE government, that must be who we saw there. That was Zahid Jamil, I think, with the getting the glasses punched off his face. So he works with the UAE government. He was invited to speak inside the mosque, sparking anger among those present, who viewed the event as an attempt to settle scores in a house meant to be a place of worship and education, not a venue for political influence. In a statement that carried a tone of sadness and warning, Sheikh Hussein Halawi, the mosque's imam and a prominent figure in the Irish Muslim community, I think Hussein Halawi, I could be wrong here, but I think he may be the guy who's alleged to have links with the Muslim Brotherhood. I'm deeply saddened by the state of our blessed centre. I thought that said we were a beacon of knowledge. We were a beacon of knowledge and preaching. And today we are closing our doors to children, visitors, and hearts seeking peace. He added in a statement, for more than 30 years, I have tirelessly served this blessed centre and the Muslims of Ireland. I've always longed for its pulpit and for my sons and daughters, students of knowledge and memorizers of the Book of God, whom we are all proud of having graduated from this mosque school and assumed the leadership of mosques in the capital, Dublin, and even beyond. Halawa argued or urged everybody to be accurate in reporting news, saying, do not be swayed by rumours. I also urge myself and you to fear God in our unity and to avoid division and discord. The Holy Quran has taught us to speak our word in unity and to stand as one. How about the truth, you cunt? All this horseshit. Sheikh Dr. Omar Al-Qadri, friend of the show, the Imam of West Dublin Mosque, sounds kind of gangster, I have to say, said he believed there were issues with the operation of the centre. Oh, okay, look who's angling to take up the fucking role, huh? Siding with the UAE there. However, he said his message to the community was that there was no need to worry. Don't worry, be happy. And that this was a transitional period. Indeed. Ireland's Muslim community, long known for its independence and peaceful engagement with the community, is currently experiencing a state of anxiety. Complaints have already been filed with the Data Protection Commissioner and Irish Employment Relations Commission, demanding that funding sources be disclosed and that no information be leaked to foreign entities. Wow. Yeah. It seems like Daddy's come home, doesn't it? And is laying the law down in the Muslim community in Ireland, where for the last 30 years they've, been in charge of their own affairs. But now it's time to, play by the fucking rule book. Like, so I don't know what the hell's going on in the UAE. So I don't know what their view is. If they're looking to this kind of independent state of Islam in Ireland, and obviously they're not happy. So the question arises, well, what are they not happy about? Are they not happy because their version of Islam is, too strict or too lenient? That Al-Qadri is coming in. Like, so Al-Qadri is the face of moderate Islam in Ireland, almost, trans Islam. Like that guy would just say, yes, we welcome homosexuals. He's even trying to say that Aisha was 18 when she was married, Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So,
wow.
yeah.
Really?
So say there's new scholarly research to suggest that Aisha was 18. It's like,
Oh, that's
convenient. And it's like,
yeah.
okay, I beg your fucking pardon. I see you know that these people aren't aware of how, Islamic scholarship works, and that, some new scholar, there's no weight in fucking Islam. Like, it's all based on who's the closest to Muhammad, like who was there, who was one of his companions. Al-Bukhari, the guy who was, next to the cunt when he wrote it down, and that, all Muslim scholars, believe this guy is the highest authority in Islam, who states categorically that she was 6 when married and 9 when the marriage was consummated. That guy, But of course, listen to RTE, it's like, oh Jesus, we daren't ask the question. We might offend fucking, Packy powder face. We might offend them. That's offensive. You see, that's offensive, and you have to be offensive because everybody's terrified of being offensive. So I'll be offensive. So people can go, oh Jesus Christ, that's shocking. But you've heard it now; it's offensive. So it's like, just fucking point at me and go, oh, look at that horrible cunt over there offending the poor Muslims. Okay.
Well, here, look. Even if they did manage to rewrite history and say, "Oh no, actually, she was 18 in the end," which is a weird, suspicious, convenient age for her to be, by the way. Modern sensibilities. There's still over 1,000 years of people, Muslims, who believed that their prophet married a little child. So it doesn't change anything.
It doesn't change a thing. And they, if the prophet says, kill your wife with a hammer, it's like, okay, well, the prophet said so, so I have to. There's no fucking free will in Islam. It's like, oh, God said so. Okay, let's go. Even if she was 18, like there's, numerous stories in the Hadith where she's playing with her dolls. So if she was 18, she was a retard, which is worse. Anyway, right, let's get past that horseshit. In 2023, the New Yorker magazine published an investigation into Emirati efforts to target Islamic institutions in Europe through the controversial intelligence and influence firm Alp Services. I don't know anything about Alp Services at all. So I suppose the UAE, they're paying for everything. Like, so they paid for the mosque, so people are always asking the question, who funds these things? Well, there's your, answer. Not that you probably didn't need one anyways. So, it's not the local community who's building these fucking mosques all over the world. It's the UAE and the Qataris and our, to borrow a phrase from Thai Kiki, our craven government are courting the UAE and the Qataris for filthy money. Now that the old US dollar seems to be drying up, so they're over there sucking circumcised dick as we speak to try and secure more filthy lucre for Ireland, so we don't starve or rely on our own genius to come up with some sort of native industries, because it's easier to beg. So these are the guys who are building the mosques. So they've obviously some problem. And it seems to me, reading this, that Al-Qadri is angling for a position within the new mosque because the old board of management is gone. So that lets us know who's won. So obviously the Emiratis have won because, they've sent their guy over to investigate what the fuck is going on in this mosque. We want to know who these 1,000 people are. Why would they want to know who they are? Like, so, and again, sorry, my knowledge of the Emirates is weak. I'll hold my hands up on that. I don't know. Again, we'll have to research this properly. But again, I don't know if we're dealing with a moderate from the United Arab Emirates. I know there are some members of the royal family who really want nothing to do with kind of strict Islam, that they fucking despise it, and they warned Europeans repeatedly, like, don't import these fucking people. You're importing the worst people from those societies. They're the people that, those Arab countries don't fucking want.
Yeah, it's Wahhabism.
Yeah, thank you.
It's these are the guys that pray in the street, in the middle of the road. They're doing it in countries all around the world, even Russia. In the far east of fucking Russia, you'll find them in the middle of the road, blocking traffic, praying. They're asserting their dominance over the society.
Yeah, and a good swift kick in the hole would probably sort that out, Yeah. So, they're down. They want to know who these 1,000 people are. The imam of the center is essentially telling its members to say nothing. Just remember, this is an internal issue. Keep the faith. Don't say anything to anybody. You know, they want to keep a tight rein on what the fuck is going on here. So we need to know, you know, why do they want those 1,000 names? Who are those 1,000 names? Who's the new board? That would be interesting to find out. And who are the old board like? So we need to know who's going out and who's coming in, and that will probably tell us all we need to know. And again, Irish government is derelict in their duties, going back to the times of WikiLeaks. The American ambassador at the time, whose name escapes me, he was tasked from the State Department in America to investigate the mosques in Dublin to see what's going on, who's there, and if there's any kind of talk of radicalization. I think it was 4 or 5 reports that there were people within those mosques who have links to the Muslim Brotherhood. Now, again, no kind of killer document to say, oh, there's fucking, you know, there's 8,000 Kalashnikovs buried beneath this particular mosque or something as stark as that. But there were links between known members of the Muslim Brotherhood, and that there was a real concern on behalf of the Americans that young Muslim guys in Ireland were being radicalized in these mosques. And their bigger concern was that the Irish government couldn't give a flying fuck. They weren't taking it seriously at all. Sure, you know, why would anyone hate us? Like, sure, we fucking love the Palestinians and the Muslims, and we're best friends all together. Like, sure, why would they want to do anything with us? But again, they can't get it to their thick fucking skulls that it doesn't matter if you're friendly, because all that matters to a Muslim is, you know, the word of Muhammad.
Yeah, especially these guys, the Islamic Brotherhood, right? They are active in North Africa, and they just fucking slaughter people, Christians and other Muslims as well. You know, they're not good guys.
No, and they had they published plans that, you know, that they would get revenge on the West for everything that happened in, you know, Iraq, and that they would do that by sending their people here to take over societies here, you know, by varying means. And for a lot of people, that's kind of just it's too much to take in. You know, it's like, oh well, I can't process this because I work with fucking Abdul in the hospital, and you know he's a doctor, and you know Abdul would never do that. But you know, you have to remember that Abdul is you know, it means slave of Allah, and that's what they are, slaves to Allah. And that's not to say, you know, all Muslims are, you know, lunatics, or that not all Muslims are retarded. Sorry, I'm just being silly now. But again, people know what I'm saying. It's not to say that everyone is like that, but there's a large enough majority, and you know, the fact if they believe in the word of Muhammad, well, then that's a fucking giant red flag there. Like, do you believe in the Quran? Like, you know, are you questioning at least? You know, do you have an issue with this? Can you bring yourself to use the gifts that, you know, God gave you? You know, like discernment and reason and logic. Like, can you bring yourself to even say that, okay, that may have been permitted back then to marry, you know, children at the age of 6 and consummate a marriage at 9. It may have even been acceptable to take, you know, prisoners during war and enslave them, and, you know, then they're essentially your concubines. That may have been acceptable back then. But can you bring yourself to say, okay, well, if this happened tomorrow, it wouldn't be acceptable? And then if there's an obfuscation or a but or an if or a well, or, you know, avoiding the question, well, then it's like, okay, you're done, we're done. You know, you can't belong in this country. You need to get the fuck out. I don't care if you're a consultant of this, that, or the other. I don't care how valuable you are in an economic sense. You're an existential threat to this country and its people and all good people everywhere. Get the fuck out. It's as simple as that, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. So get them out.
Yeah. Look, you know, how long more can we just dance around this very obvious fucking issue? there's something going on. There's something brewing, and the chickens are coming home to roost.
Yeah, for sure. The problem is, it's about actually doing something about it, and I think this probably leads us into our kind of current problem with quote unquote nationalist circles and what's to be done, like, and what's the split and what's the schism within so-called nationalism, because the majority of people want nothing to do with any sort of violent uprising, and rightly so, because it's a horror that nobody really wants to consider. And I don't want to have to kill anybody. I don't want to take somebody's fucking life, and I wish it was as simple as, okay, well, let's bring this government down, let's have a new election, and let's sort something out that way. And a lot of people have lost complete faith in that. I think that's a problem with half the people who are giving out about what's going on in Dublin tomorrow, about going to the march. So what good does marching do? What good does protesting do? It never changes anything. If there is going to be a protest movement, it needs to have some sort of unifying voice, some sort of clear message, some sort of list of demands, which it never really does have. But that mightn't be the point. It's really I suppose the upside of it is to show unity. People have a feeling that they're not on their own. It's a rallying point. It boosts morale.
Right. A show of force as well.
And so the government, it is kind of slowly at least acquiescing to what people want. At least the optics of it is that they're doing something more around immigration. There's talk of increased numbers of people being deported. This is going to happen. This may happen, which is nothing really, but it's some level of progress. So if you get 50 to 100,000 people, 100,000 people on the streets of Dublin tomorrow, well, then it does send a message. And again, if it won't change government policy, it would at least change the conversation. If Sinn Féin don't sit up and take notice, well, then they're going to be wiped out quicker than any government party, because it's the Sinn Féin got a lot of the protest vote, so that may go out the window. But then there's people on the other side who go, I don't want that. I'm done with it. It means nothing. These people are shills. They're fucking, they're in league with the Masons and the Jews and this, that, and the other. And a lot of those guys are essentially, rather foolishly in my book, are calling for some level of violence. Yet at the same time, they're saying, stay away from Dublin. Don't go to Dublin tomorrow. Pepper spray has been sent down from the north. It's going to be a bomb. Something terrible is going to happen. But, that's not very brave. On the one hand, you're calling for some sort of armed insurrection, and in the same breath, you're going, well, I'm not going up there because it's too scary. I might get some pepper fucking spray in my face. Give me a fucking break. And really, I would be, I don't know any of these people, so, and I don't want to, not because I don't like them, but it's too much fucking drama for my liking, and I want none of it, But really, if you want to just have a general discussion about, okay, what's the probability of this happening or that happening, but if you're seriously out there, saying that there should be some level of violence, or that Irish men need to find that manliness within them, and start doing unmentionable things, the best thing to do is shut the fuck up about it. Switch the computer off. Go and have your fucking meeting elsewhere. Vanish. Like, just disappear altogether, or if you're going to say it, like, put a fucking balaclava on you, you do it from some, alt location where you can't be tracked, or it's very hard to be tracked, and, use a voice modulator. But don't be going on fucking X every 2.5 minutes and essentially, giving your plan away, because that raises my suspicions of who you actually fucking are. Because, generally it's been shown in history that the loudest people who tend to call for these things tend to be, agents, or, at best, foolish. And I think we can all be forgiven for being foolish, especially you might get caught up in the moment of, the conversation and say something silly, or, for, effect. But if you're continuously posting the same fucking message endlessly, and then when there is some sort of larger movement that gains traction, well, then, shouldn't you be, happy with that?
Yeah, out there in the front.
Yeah, and
even.
maybe it's petty ego. It's like, oh well, these guys just see themselves, as having soldiered on the front lines for the last 10 or 15 years, constantly putting the message out, constantly going to protests, doing their bit, and then someone like McGregor will sweep in and take all the glory and the accolades. And people might feel a bit kind of left out. Well, who the fuck is this guy? He must be a plant. He's there to kind of, steer it into a certain direction. I get that. I can understand that. I could see that might be the case. But again, you got to realize what your station is in life. Not everyone can be the quote unquote leader. And McGregor's no leader. He's a totem. He's wealthy. He's well known. So it's like, oh, here's a guy who can garner attention, especially on an international front. So be fucking happy with that. And if you're a soldier and you've been soldiering, well then there's glory in being a soldier. But not every soldier is a leader, and especially if you're fucking calling for people to essentially kill people because of what? You might want to take a breath, is all I'm fucking saying. Like, take a deep breath, turn the computer off for a while, and I don't know, maybe start by just taking a small bit of pepper, rubbing it on your gums, in your nose, get used to it, like then take a bit of pepper spray in the face. But we get it, we get the frustration. Like, oh well, the fucking another protest. What's that going to do? What's that going to do? Well, you fall into an easy trap there. It's okay. Well, then it's put back on you. What are you going to fucking do? What are you going to do? Nothing, essentially. Or if you are going to do nothing, well, then you're not going to tell us, really, are you? So, shut up and fucking do it, and see what comes of that. But for every man a road, and just don't be too harsh on those who are on a different path, because I think the destination is pretty much the same, and that's we need to at a minimum bring down this government, and it's not going to change in a day. It's like if there was a quote unquote nationalist government in the morning, which I can't see happening. I don't think the majority of people want a nationalist government. I think the word nationalism is been so dirtied over the years, particularly because of everything that happened in Northern Ireland with the provisionals and the propaganda campaign around that it's like people just have a natural aversion to it. When they hear the word nationalist, they don't think of people who just take pride in their nation and put their nation before other things like fucking class and class consciousness, and that people aren't aware of it. And then those who consider themselves nationalists are actually the fucking the provos and the socialist Republicans, who again have nothing to do with nationalism. They couldn't give a flying fuck about Ireland. It's more about, okay, well, they've more sympathy and camaraderie and solidarity with a Palestinian, because they see a Palestinian in Palestine as the same as a guy in Northern Ireland who's struggling or struggled in their struggles. So that's where their loyalties lie. It's with the oppressed, and it's nothing got to do with, okay, well, I'm an Irishman, you're an Irishman, let's do what's best for Ireland. It's no, well, I'm an oppressed person and you're an oppressed person.
It's international socialism,
plain and simple. And for me, it's I don't classify myself as white or a Christian. That's not the core of my identity. If I'm going to buy into any sort of identity, well, I'm Irish, plain and fucking simple. And we've said it 1,000 times. And then people get tied up in us. So what does it mean to be Irish? What does Irishness mean? And the truth is, it can't be defined. It's essentially, it's an essence. It's a knowing. Not to sound come off like a faggot now, but it is. It's a gnosis. It's an internal thing. It's kind of it doesn't require reasoning. It's as simple as what are you? I'm Irish. Just like as a Muslim, like what are you? I'm a Muslim, because that's the core being And it doesn't need to be explained. So it's, and you'll know you're not Irish, because if it's not the first thing that comes to your mind when someone says, like, like, what are you, or who are you? And not in any kind of deep philosophical sense, just, who are you? Like, if you're on holiday, like, well, who are you? Where are you from? I'm Irish. It's not I'm Catholic Irish, or I'm Nigerian Irish, or I'm, X, Y, and Z, or some abbreviation of Irishness. It's just as simple as that for me. I'm fucking Irish, and I think if you tell me you're Irish, and if you're black, brown, blue, pink, yellow, green, I'll know if you're Irish or not, because every Irishman knows another Irishman. If not really at first sight, it's only really a matter of a conversation, and then you'll know pretty much where you stand.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. Well said. So, yeah, go to the protest tomorrow, or don't go. Whatever. Don't just dress it up in fucking politics.
Yeah, and people are being frightened about it. Like, you've got people on the left as well saying, "Oh, there's going to be trouble. There's going to be this. There's going to be that. There's going to be this. There's going to be that." If it's for you, go. If it's not for you, don't fucking go. But celebrate it for what it is. Like, it's a step forward. Like, and again, there's very few occasions where there will actually be, large amounts of people where they will gather, essentially to protest the government. So you can gussy it up whatever way you want. Oh, it's an anti-immigrant gathering. Yes, it is. It's an anti-government gathering. Yes, it is. There is no real organized opposition to any of it, And people are getting ahead of themselves, saying, "Oh, well, it's the movement's being co-opted." The movement. There is no fucking movement, okay? Just accept that there isn't any real unified, organized, large movement. It's the genesis of some form of movement or another. So, before we have the split, let's have something to actually fucking split to begin with. Like, so, just hold your fucking wish if you can. I know it's rich coming from me because, I've nothing really got to do with it. I've no fucking, dog in the game really when it comes to this group or that group. But just calm the fuck down, because it's kind of it's a little bit embarrassing really to...
Oh, it's very embarrassing.
Yeah, I'm understating. To see these, adults, like, going at it and acting like fucking school children, and like, you're a shill, no, you're a shill, no, you're a Mason, you're a Zionist, and for fuck's sake, like, give me a bleeding break. And it's like, that's why governments never really take any of it serious, because they don't really have to do anything much really, other than just sit back and watch a natural dynamic of how it fucking tears itself apart. But yeah, I think it's a positive that we have this, large, the prospect at least of a large protest in Dublin. Yes, there'll be counter protesters. What a stupid fucking concept that is. Just let people protest, for Christ's sake. What a fucking dog shit world we live in, where you go, "Oh, I don't like your freedom to protest, therefore I'm going to protest your protest." Fuck off. So celebrate that. Let it be what it fucking is. Because there's been many in the last year where people have tried to have protests, smaller groups, and it can't be done like so. It needs a certain level of organization and professionalism and competence to be able to pull it off, and that's fine. Not everybody has the same competencies. So for those who can do it, let them do it. Doesn't mean that they're in league with the devil, just because they can manage to pull off a large event. It's just certain people have certain skills. And that's what a real movement takes. It takes many people of many differing abilities and differing skills. And you gotta know your role in it. There's very few people who will be remembered in history. It's a select few who are at the forefront of the movement.
And it's usually the wrong people who are remembered.
Exactly.
That's just life.
Yeah, that's just fucking life. And, I have it on good authority that when, the final film roll, runs in front of your face, you will be remembered, because, you'll see that film roll run and you'll be remembered and you'll be at peace with yourself, and you know that you did your fucking part. And
Yeah.
and again, like those who were led to believe are these icons of history. What happens? Most of them end up being either fucking drug addicted or they're alcoholics, and they hate themselves because they didn't really do that much other than act on the grand scale. It's the guys, the real heroes, the kind of the soldiers, the frontline guys who who were loved, deeply loved and respected by their families and their communities, and they live off and song and story. Yeah, you can put anyone in a history book. You can fucking make up characters for Christ's sake, and push it into people's minds, and they think they know who they are. But that's a fantasy, and soon you'll be dead anyway. So you want to be around to remember being remembered. So yeah, put the horseshit aside. When there is this great nationalist movement, even to say it seems fucking ridiculous. It might even be better just to drop the whole nationalist horseshit. Just don't mention it. There's nothing wrong with nationalism per se, but just drop the fucking 1930s, 1940s act. Give what's his name, Justin, whatever the fuck his name is.
Barrett,
Yeah. Kicking the balls, like, and say, shut up, like, Justin, for a minute. Like, go into the background for a moment. You had your moment. You failed fucking miserably on that front. Obviously, you have intelligence and you have knowledge that's useful somewhere. But it's more of a hindrance, really, to any large-scale movement, and to bring people in to the fold to, get this past the kind of 50, 100,000 mark where, people en masse can buy into it, where they don't feel, hesitant or, that they're going to be labeled as something. And, granted, it shouldn't be like that. People should be able to express how they actually feel. But generally, people aren't like that. They need to feel comforted. They need that, quote unquote, safe space to come into. But if they see people, fucking foaming at the mouth, essentially shouting, Brazilians out, Brazilians out, Brazilians out, they're not going to be inclined to go, okay, well, that's something I can get behind and join the movement, but there are places and times where that kind of energy is required and needed. But it's not at the march, and it's not then to try and pick a fight with other people who are on your side, or to have these stupid factions where there's one group of people up in the Phoenix Park, the other group of people at the GPO, and one's accusing, I don't know, is this Gemma person, is she really saying that the group at the Garden of Remembrance are aligned with the Masons, or so? I don't know. It's all fucking.
I don't know. I didn't pay much attention, but she's always at that. And look, Gemma O'Doherty, she's said repeatedly over and over again, if things don't change in this country, then I'm just taking my sacks of money and I'm going to live in a tropical island for the rest of my days. And that was 5 to 7 years ago. And she still hasn't gone away. And I wish that she had gone away, because all she does is cause fucking trouble.
Yeah.
A waylaying a national treasure, John Waters. I don't know what the fuck's got into his head. I think she laid eggs in it or something. And then you have this whole thing of the constitutional challenge over COVID. And she totally, royally messed that up. So, it just prejudiced anyone else that came after her, like, say, Tracy O'Mahony, who put in a lot of hard work to do her case, and it just got fucked out. Without prejudice, by the way, so that's still on the cards. And you know what? I have to give Justin Barrett his dues. He's not getting involved in this and, pointing fingers, although, he does throw shade at everyone else, but it's not, you're a fucking, you're working for the Jews or something. He's saying, yeah, what are those guys doing over there? What are those guys doing there? IFP, is that even still a thing? And he did come out, by the way, this week to say that Clon Éireann is a National Socialist group. So that's big.
Yeah.
Of all these years of refining the Hitler impression and wearing that SS jacket outside of the Dáil at the protest, cultivating just the general Nazi aesthetic. He finally came out and said, "Yes, I'm a Nazi," and the problem is the Brazilians.
Yeah, but it's nice, there's always signs, with anyone who comes out of the closet, like there's, wearing, feminine clothing or a pair of high heels every now and again. So we had suspicions about Justin, so it's good to see that he can now just be himself, and be the Hitler we always he always wanted to be. He can be at peace with himself, and he can drop the fucking shtick, like he can drop the pretense now. It's like, okay, he was going to give away with the the hand gestures and the impersonation, so now you can be at ease, and and again, they can't sling any mud at you now, or they can't make that accusation because you've owned it,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look, we need more of that in this country. People just saying, yeah, that's who I am is who I am. You might have slightly different words for what I am with slightly different meanings, but, that's not my problem.
Yeah, you can use the tactics of the left, and, in 5 years' time, we could have Nazi pride parades in Dublin, a month-long festival of Nazi pride. Yeah. Okay, let's stop. I need to get a cup of tea, or maybe a coffee.
All right.
Yeah. You want to play some music? I wonder, are we still on YouTube? Yeah, we haven't been taken off yet, have we?
Yeah. There's no. Well, as far as I know, let me check. There's no community strikes or anything. No, nothing.
Okay.
We've been good boys today.
Okay. Just in case we have anyone who's watching, every now and again, more now than again, the stream gets cut. Not for any sort of noble causes, like being too edgy or too anti-establishment or anything like that. But usually for copyright infringements, because we just play around with movie footage and stuff like that. But do follow us on Kick, so you can scan that QR code on the screen there. And again, if you don't need to sign up to watch, but if you can find the time to sign up to Kick, it's a good streaming service and it's a good backup. And if you can give us a follow there, and again, eventually we will probably move over to Kick either of our own accord, or we will have to, because the longer you stay on YouTube, the more likelihood is that if you're going to do what we do, you're going to be sidelined. So yeah, if you can find your way over to Kick at some stage, please, or even just keep it as a bookmark. But if you have the time, just sign up, give us a follow.
Links in the chat.
Yeah,
by the way.
Okay, cool. It'd be greatly appreciated. Oh, what's that? It's a demo product mic. Yes, if you want to buy an imaginary microphone and earphones, you can scan that QR code. You won't be paying us. I don't know who you will be paying, but it certainly won't be us. Yeah, I wanted to play some music, but I don't know if we should, because we'll probably get booted.
Music like what?
Like those links I was sharing with you the other day. That channel that takes people's comments and turns them into AI.
No, that won't be a problem at all. No.
All right.
The only problem is that they're only like a minute long.
Yeah, I know.
So you'll have to, make sure that stays rolling.
Yeah, no, that'll be shit one, because then I'll have to keep pushing back to the computer. No, fuck it. We might play one when a spare minute comes up or something like that. But they're fucking amazing. Yeah. Like they're glorious.
They're hilarious.
Yeah, and it makes me love people, because comedy in general is dog shit.
Mm-hmm.
But the real comedy is just
it's in comments.
Yeah, it's in comments. That's where the real gold is. For Tig, if you're looking for material, that's where you need to go. You need to go to the comment sections on different forums, and you'll get all the material you need there. Right, I'm going to take a cup of tea. I'm talking shit. I'll be back in maybe 5-6 minutes.
All right. Okay, so it's up to me then to find something to play. All right. Yeah, look, I'll just put on one of our songs. Back in 5 minutes, I think, is usually the amount of time Morgan needs.
Irish politics, society's mess. We're roasting all fair, no one's bad distress. From radio waves to a video spark. YouTube facts, we're lighting the dark. Twitch got the fruit, yeah, we kicked it aside. Doctor disrespect, since they let us slide. Censored screaming, the truth's in the air. Fair use fights, but they don't care. Clips on the tube, steps climbing fast. 500 to go, but will the channel last? With the signal sparks igniting the stream. Howard and Morgan, we're chasing the dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but Kick's got our back, so don't lose hope. Signal sparks, we're fueling the fight. Follow us on Kick, we're live tonight. Every week's a gamble, the bots don't play. YouTube cuts the streams, there's no way home safe. Fair use, they don't know the law, but our clips keep slaying and the fans want more. 500 subs, we're clawing them slow. Partner status calling, but the strikes might blow. One last warning, no dispute inside. Roll back up for Kick and ignite the night. Censored screaming, the truth's in the air. Fair use fights, but they don't care. Clips on the tube, steps climbing fast. 500 to go, but will the channel last? With the spinning like rebels, fighting the stream. Howard and Morgan, we're living the dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but Kick's got our back, so don't lose hope. Ethnic problems, we're sparking the fight. Follow us on Kick, we're live tonight. Metrics were wired, electric and bolt, telling the stories that need to be told. From Dublin's heart to the digital sea, Howard and Mo, we're setting truth free. So make that account, don't wait for the fall. Kick's where we'll land when YouTube drops the call. chasing a dream. YouTube's got us on a warning tightrope, but kicks got our back, so don't lose hope. Signal sparks, we're fueling the fight. Follow us on kick, we're live tonight. Signal sparks, yeah, we're never done. Howard and Mo, still roasting for fun. Join the crew, don't miss the spark. Signal sparks, we're lights in the dark.
Welcome back. Wow, you're looking very I don't know. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm a Mason. I've often wondered about what it would be like to be a Mason. It'd probably be very fucking boring till you get to the kind of upper echelons of it. I don't know. I don't think I could. I've said it before. I'd refuse membership if they ever offered it to me. It'd be like, no, you're okay. I'm far too socially awkward and unreliable to even turn up for fucking one of your meetings. Like, I just have to make excuses. Well, yeah, maybe, kind of. I don't know. No. Okay. Right. Make a cigarette and then we get back into it.
Right. Yeah. Well, while you do that, I wanted to bring up that we have a contingent of longtime fans, like from the podcast days, the internet radio days, who are teachers in Ireland. A few of them, actually. And I was told by one of them, look, I can't like your content online. I can't be seen to have that stuff on my social media. Because if it were to be discovered, then my job would be in danger. And I thought, is that just someone being polite, or, is it for real? Because that sounds, that's crazy, but not out of, it's not that surprising these days, right? But I did speak with them in person, and a second teacher as well. And no, it's real. These people have to, like if they get caught speeding or something, that can fucking show up on their regular, what do you call when you Garda vetting? Every like 6 months or something. Like it's an insane frequency. They're one of the most heavily scrutinized groups of people in the country, and you can kind of understand that, but it's kind of way up people's arseholes, like it's a little too much, I'd say. Especially considering like a lot of the people who want to keep away from children, they haven't been caught yet.
Yeah. Well, that's it. So yeah, you kind of feel sorry for teachers, because again they're held to a kind of unrealistic expectation as well, and again they're kind of like worshipped in Ireland as well. It's one of those professions, that's viewed as a vocation. That it's a calling, really. I don't know how fucking true that is. Like, I've known a few teachers in my time. None of them ever mentioned it. Like, oh yeah, this is a calling. It's like, oh, this is something I wanted. I've always wanted to do. But I'm like, what are you 20 fucking 4? What are you talking about? You've been studying it for the last fucking 3 years. What do you mean you wanted to? Okay, it seemed like a good idea. Yeah, okay, great. It's kind of noble that you want to kind of look after children, or improve the lives of children. That's great. But I think in general, you have to say that these are wonderful people. I'm sure many of them are, but they're just fucking people, and then they have this unrealistic image to uphold within society as well. It's like, oh, well, I'm the fucking national school teacher. I can't be seen to be human. They have to be, more than above board. Like, I've had a couple of meetings with teachers, and again, I hate having meetings with anybody if it's in any sort of work environment, because I'm not dealing with a person. I'm dealing with an employee, not my employee, but I'm dealing with an employee. So I'm not hearing what they actually think or
it's
feel
a
about.
role.
Yeah, exactly.
A role. Yeah.
So I may as well. I'm talking to a fucking actor, It's like, okay, well, or it's like talking to a cop as well, Okay, you're not allowed to have your own opinion. You're not allowed to have your own politics or your own personal opinion, because we're in this fucking strange situation, and I'm not going to tell you how I feel either, because the power imbalance here. And if I say the wrong thing to you, you're legally obliged to inform the authorities about me. So you can never have an honest conversation in that with a teacher. It's both ways. Both people have to pretend that everything's okay, and that's a bigger problem that we see gets played out in society, because nobody's comfortable actually saying how they actually feel about a thing. And for me, that might be something as innocuous as a chat with the teacher about a race issue like stuff. This wouldn't have happened in my school because there was no other races. Everybody was just, white, Irish. It was as simple as that. And there were other things to stop kicking that dude in the head. You can't play American wrestling in the schoolyard because Jimmy broke his arm last week. So stuff like that. But now it's like there's issues around sensitivity where, say, my child calls another child, oh, you look like poo, or you look like chocolate, because the child has brown skin, So, if I had two kids playing in the house, if I had an African kid over and my child said, you look like poo, and the other child is upset, I would say, don't fucking say that, man. It's, it's not nice. Like, you can't be saying it, let people get upset, and that's it. There's no need to take it beyond that. But in a school setting, it has to be like, oh my God, there was a racism happened. We must address it and record it. And I must talk to the parent, and, I must talk to the other parent to let them know that a racism happened in the school and we need to address it. So, you get a message from the teacher. I don't know, maybe the teacher actually felt it was a problem. It's like, okay, your child, this happened in school today. And I'm like, and they're children, they say silly things, they haven't been conditioned to society. So generally they say, how they feel, their first feeling, they're being, what's that word called? Honest about what they see and how they feel. And, they don't know any better because they haven't been told not to say those things or whatever. They haven't been shamed into, saying what's obviously, or, there's no real harm in it. But of course the teacher, and so I got back to the teacher saying, yeah, I spoke to him and, told him that he hurt the girl's feelings. And, and I have this feeling, listen, if that's how it's going to be when you're older, there's probably no point in being friends, because if somebody's that sensitive at that age where, because they're kids, and, kids are fucking ruthless, and, it's not like he just said it out of the ether, so obviously, children are cruel, and they, they slag each other as much as adults do. And then if somebody's feelings get hurt. So I told the teacher, yeah, okay, well, yeah, I had a chat with him, told him, it's not really acceptable. He hurt the girl's feelings and she's his friend, and they'll probably end up not being friends if that kind of stuff carries on. And then you think that was it, but then no. So then the teacher has to carry, well, any incident to do with any sort of racism has to be addressed. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking know. But generally, I think if that teacher was my friend, or, a cousin or something like that, something that you actually knew on a personal level, it wouldn't even be fucking mentioned, or be mentioned in passing. Hey, such and such said this at school today, and you're like, oh, Jesus Christ, that's a shitty thing to say, and that's it. So there's no real need for a report around it, and that's something small, something insignificant. But yeah, to share content like ours, where we're talking about Jews and expelling certain ethnicities from the country, be it serious or in jest or whatever, it's difficult. We're more than aware of that. It's always been a difficult share when you have people talking about stuff that isn't spoken about in polite society, and even to be seen to listening to it or to share it, it's a hard share, because listening to a whole show, or a good hour chunk of the show, could get anybody in trouble. But to take, if someone was to take a 2-minute clip, which people do, people are shitty, as you'll see now in a minute when we take something out of context. But if you were to post, a short of what we do on your work page, and you have a respectable profession, there would be something wrong with your judgment. You've either got to the stage where you just don't give a fuck anymore. It's like, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I'm leaving in 2 weeks anyway. What's the point? But you can't be seen to like what we have here, because the next person won't go, oh, that's kind of humorous or interesting, or it raises certain topics that generally aren't spoke about in a particular way. It's just like, oh my God, you're a fucking Nazi. You know, you're a this, you're a that. I don't know why Nazi came straight to mind. But you know, we ham shit up and we talk about stuff you're not supposed to. But then we generally, you know, if you listen for a while, we'll come around to, you know, how we actually feel about something. And generally it's about, you know, okay, well, you know, how the fuck do we navigate through this horseshit? And get to the truth of matters. And, you know, is it possible for people to realize that, yeah, we're all human, but, you know, we have to look at things logically and, you know, whatever. But yeah, for for a simple someone in a respectable profession to share this, it's not going to be possible. But that's why you have alternative accounts. That's why you don't have personal fucking accounts in the first place. So people can't hold this shit over you. So you can have some level of freedom. That's why anonymity is so important. And that's why you should never be in favor when any government tells you that you need a fucking passport to get online, or that only cowards are anonymous. No, they're not. Only retards are up front when you live in a fucking society that values censorship and where only certain modes of thought are permitted. That's why you need to be anonymous, and that's how you get around it. You don't have to put it out there like, you know, I'd be the fucking same. Like if I was in a respectable profession, I wouldn't be fucking posting this either. Or, you know, again, I don't share what I do with everybody. Like I don't, you know, hey, this is me. Let me put this out there for your pleasure, even though I know you will fucking hate and despise it. It's for a certain audience, you know. It's why it took us so long to, you know, put these things in front of this thing, because we knew what we're doing is not essentially acceptable. It you know, will turn off a lot of people. I mean, you know, even in my personal life, it's affected me because some of the things I talk about, and people tend to take things literally, like you know, and people tend to read a lot into it. Like, I think, are you talking about fucking me? And it's like, no, I'm talking about me, because that's all we really know is, you know, ourselves. Like, and that's why you know, people, you're lived a horrible fucking term, but your lived experience is important. But you put yourself in great danger if you actually say how you feel, and that's why, you know, you have fake accounts, so you can actually say what it is you feel without fear of reprimand, you know.
Yeah, and geez, how the culture has changed, where now we call them fake accounts, when no, really is just, you know, you used to go to the internet, type in a funny username or an interesting one that reflects your personality, and then, you know, you interact with people, you know, and that's the way it should be. And there's a reason why very few people do what we do and put our faces and names to what we say. And while we're saying that, you know, we're throwing our bodies onto the gears of the machine that needs to be stopped. So, you know, help us out, you know, spread the word if you can. If you know someone in your life that is, you know, reasonably as mentally ill as you are, then give them a link to the show or one of our clips, you know.
Yeah, and isn't it odd how, you know, you only ever get the real person under a fake account? Isn't that bizarre? You know, you have to have a fake account to be the real you, like, because you just can't. But again, teachers, you know, there's the fucking staff room, like, and teachers know who they actually are. Like we spoke earlier, I know the cough. I know it's brutal.
Can't you learn to mute yourself?
I can't, it's just it came on so quickly. It's
all right.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Fine.
I'll try not to have long answer for you in the future. Just so protect your ears. But yeah, even teachers in the staff room, you know, it's a different. You get the real person in there, and yeah. So yeah, just get a fake fucking account, man. It's that simple, you know. You don't need to share everything on your social media. Your personal account, like so.
All right. That's that dealt with. I thought it was important to bring up that, you know, we have We have listeners and viewers out there who, just can't speak out, and that they need to be recognized. There's a silent majority out there, and we're all speaking for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and we understand that. But there are ways around it. Like, I don't know, fucking write on a bathroom wall, get one of those fucking indelible markers, and write the name of the YouTube channel on the wall or something, or
Yeah, if you're in a school, a secondary school though, not a primary school. I don't think those people will be very interested in what we do here.
Yeah, you might be surprised. No, don't. Public fucking toilets. Stay away from the school toilets. Public toilet. Maybe do that. Right. I wanted to have a look at our friend, our resident retard, one Tig Hickey, who's made the headlines.
Oh, really? Again?
Again, like,
he's
so,
on fire.
He's on fucking fire. Amazing, like, so. Still no new material per se. I think he's about to give up on the whole comedy thing and just go full on into activism.
Unemployment. Okay.
Yeah, embrace the unemployment. Yeah, he may even sign on the dole if he can bring himself to do it. But yeah, so back in the cycle, and his old stomping ground of RTE. At one stage, he was happy to, he took the soup, and we had a pilot TV show with RTE. So around a school of all things, like where he was playing a teacher who was running a nativity.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll see if I can find a clip. I looked online on RTE's website to see if I could possibly find the series, but no, nothing on RTE player. Nothing at all.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Personally. Yeah, I know. What was it called now? So let me see if I can find a Tig Hickey RTE school show. It might only be a 1 or 2 minute clip. If I can even fucking find it. No, it's just lots of his YouTube videos. No. No, I should have been more prepared for that shit. That just came into my mind. No, I'm not going to spend 5 minutes looking for it. So we go back to his RTE anyway. So had a protest at RTE, him and a cadre of middle-aged women. I don't know where he picked them up or if that's his part of his knitting circle. I'm not entirely sure. But somehow managed to pick himself up from the deep, dark depression he's obviously in. I don't know, maybe somebody dropped off a bag of rice to his house or something like that, but he found the strength. We know how he's terribly malnutritioned or malnourished from the lack of food. Again, the only food he's eating is chips, deep fried chips. But somehow he got a bit of protein into himself and dragged himself to RTE Studios, where he took control of the building. Believe he held them at gunpoint, and they had delivered a list of demands. Luckily enough, somebody managed to gather footage at the event. I imagine it was one of Tig's friends. So we'll just cue it up there now, and we'll have a little look at Tig in action. Yeah, where are you, Tig? There we go. Again, fucking portrait mode on the phone. Every fucking time. Listen, if you're going to go into RTE and, stage a protest and, trespass or aggravated trespass, as I would call it, you need to be fucking prepared. Like, bring a proper video camera with you again.
Yeah, or at least, just turn the camera around. I think this screams boomer, right? They're like, oh yeah, the kids are into the TikTok and all the TikToks are in portrait mode, so let's do it in that instead of getting a broad fucking view of what's going on in the room. You know,
Yeah.
the people there. Unless there's nobody there and they just need to, you know, make sure that that's not seen. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Get a fucking body cam or something as well for Tig, you know. If you're going to go to all this trouble, like you're going to travel all the way from fucking Cork up to Dublin, you know, go into RTE, you know, have this demonstration in the lobby. You know, I imagine he's not doing it just to make a point to RTE. So, you know, it's obviously to go out there on social media. But as we know, he's a bit of a lazy cunt. So
yeah,
probably,
and you know, we're not all on your money, man. So
oh yeah, my millions. But it was, you know, a couple of fucking like €100 to pick him up a decent secondhand webcam. You know, yeah, I don't fucking know. I'm just disappointed because he's all this experience of, you know, working in RTE, all this kind of, you know, free stuff at his disposal where he can, you know, lean on people with studios, with all the equipment to run a full fucking, let's not forget, like a full time live comedy show, a weekly live comedy show with, you know, all the equipment that goes with that. And somebody can't fucking spot him a handheld camera for half a day. Come on. But it is the age of social media, so he probably doesn't need it. Just a handheld phone will do the job. Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. We'll see if the, you know, the public order unit arrive, if he gets his head kicked in. As you would expect, you know, if any kind of people got inside RTE and protested. But let's have a listen and a watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, we come here in absolute peace, no threat to anybody whatsoever. Just want our national...
No threat to anyone whatsoever. He sounds like a Father Ted character.
I know, right? It's comedy already, but not in the way he expects. Like, we come in peace to protest. Yeah, he'd make a great burglar, wouldn't he? Like, hello, just burgling your house. I don't wish anybody any harm. I just want to take the television and the PlayStation to buy some chips. I'm starving. I'm wholly reliant on Patreon donations, so I have to steal. Fuck.
Broadcaster to do its job in its reporting on the genocide in Gaza. I'm going to read the following statement. We have a petition to hand in. We don't want any trouble. We're not here to break the law. We're here to uphold it.
Uphold the law?
Yeah, how?
What law?
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, well, he's here to uphold the law that says what about RTE, that they must, you know, produce Palestine-friendly reports every day or Palestine-biased reports every day.
Yeah, look, I see, you know, reports about things that are going on in Gaza from RT, and you know what? They're not like, oh my God, did you see what the fucking Jews did this time? However, you know, they straddle the line. They're impartial. They say, oh, Israel bombed a school and a few people died, you know? Yeah, isn't that enough?
Yeah, that isn't that what they should be doing? Isn't that, like, you know, people's issue that, you know, RTA are horribly biased? So, you know, let's be honest, when they're not biased, they need to be recognized for that. Okay, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to report on the news. And I think generally on international affairs like this, they're pretty unbiased. They just generally report, and they might have a guest on, or it's just when it comes to kind of local issues, that's when they get horribly biased, or when they do one of their kind of primetime specials, they tend to, you know, use that to, you know, smear people. But generally they're pretty, you know, fair-minded.
Yeah.
When it comes to Palestine, and anytime they have an Israeli on, they hold them to account. So I couldn't really see what more you would want from RT on that front. I think what Tig wants is, you know, that every fucking human being that, you know, dies in Palestine, that RT need to dedicate an hour to them and show the full gory, bloody detail of every atrocity, and only then will Tig be happy, or maybe he'd just be happy if they gave him a correspondence job. That's what he's really angling at, I think, is that that it should be that he should be made head of the Department for Palestinian and Middle Eastern Affairs, and that would make him happy. So I think that's
actually that would make me happy as well. First of all, we'll get more tag content because it's always fucking hilarious, and second of all, he's way more likely to die in an explosion.
Oh yeah, I hadn't factored that at all. Yeah, so that the more time he spends over there, the probability of something drastic happening goes up.
Yeah, what's that Fight Club quote? Over a long enough period, a long enough time span, our survival rate is reduced to 0.
There you go.
Yeah.
What's this woman doing on the flag like, or is that just someone?
I've seen that flag before. It's mass produced. I don't know what it even fucking means, man.
All right. What's this? 25?
Or is it 15?
Could be Z5, is it?
You see, the thing is that we would actually be able to read it if they had a proper camera.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
25% off
Palestinian homes.
Yeah, property.
This morning we are here at RTE to occupy this space and directly challenge the media's...
I thought they were against occupation. Are they not against the occupation?
Also, I thought they weren't breaking the law. But
Yeah.
now, like you say, what is it? Aggravated trespassing.
Aggravated trespass, yeah. I only hope someone in RTE was fearful for their life. And that'd be very serious, But he's clever, because he has said, we're not here to cause any harm. I don't think that's a legal defense. But yeah, interesting that he's there to occupy. It's okay for him to occupy a private building. Or no, I suppose you could argue, well, it's state funded, therefore it's a public space. But still, if you're going to be against one occupation, surely you must be against
for fuck's
all
sake.
occupations.
Would you stop, Morgan?
What?
Oh God! Go on, let's go. Come on.
You're tiring.
Complicity in what hundreds of scholars, legal experts and human rights organisations have declared to be an ongoing genocide in Gaza. Our comrades in Belfast are also currently occupying BBC studios, sending a clear message to public officials and institutions on the island of Ireland and to the world that we will no longer accept institutional complicity or attempts to normalise the live-streamed extermination of a people. We will no longer accept the shameless pro-Zionist bias of our public broadcasters who are using public money to...
What? Oh my God. What world does this man live in?
I don't know. It's not the same world. Now, granted, I don't watch RT News, so, I couldn't say with any certainty, what's going on it. But I doubt he does either.
Yeah. That's true. He's watching Al Jazeera. Or maybe Hamas has a radio station too. I don't know, TV station too. Yeah, but we get articles popping up on our Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're very just matter of fact.
Yeah, again, the only thing I could say, it would make sense if RT was Fox News or something like that. Well, then you'd have a leg to stand on, to say it's clearly pro-Zionist. So, but again, I don't know what he expects. It's like, okay, you can't have any Jewish voice on RT at all. You can't have anybody who's a Zionist. Again, this is like the Freemason thing. Isn't anybody who's in any way pro-Israeli or, raises a question or a but. It's like, oh, you're a Zionist, therefore I don't have to talk to you. It's like, you're a Zionist, you're a racist, it just shuts down the conversation immediately. So now RTE is apparently some Zionist organization. I'm sure in his mind, the Irish state is a Zionist sympathizer as well.
Right.
But again, I think he lives in the mind of an American. His head is an American media rather than Irish media, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But I can give a go at steel manning his position and say, all right, let's just say, there's an ongoing genocide going on, and in a normal world, that should be screamed from the rooftops. Like, this is wrong, what's happening, and it needs to stop now. It needs to stop today. However, I mean, Jesus, man, there's so many fucking genocides going on, like, we can't be just ringing the alarm bells 24/7, 365, because that's what we'll have to do if we cover all of the mega death that's going on in the world,
Yeah, it's a kind of sympathy fatigue. People are just tired. It's like okay, we're done. Like it's a terrible state of affairs to have to say that, but this doesn't help. It's like what more level of awareness can this bring, and like, how does it help? I honestly don't see how it fucking helps. Yeah, it keeps it in the cycle on Twitter. But I don't think anybody is coming to the realization, oh my God, oh yes, now I have sympathy for the Palestinians thanks to the occupation of RTE's lobby.
You know why they're doing it? They're doing it for themselves.
Exactly.
That's how they feel okay in their little bubbles, that they have their group of comrades and they go out there and they fight the good fight. It's like in lieu of a social life or a hobby. I wonder, do any of these people actually do anything with their spare time other than this? Do they paint? Do they draw? Do they garden? Do they, I don't know, go for walks even? Do they mix with other people? Do they go out to the pub even to have a few pints and talk to people?
Well,
and then, if they do they like put this shit to bed for a few hours and just have a laugh?
They'd have to, like, you think so, but Ty can't go for a drink because,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's an alcoholic.
Actually, he's very well spoken today. I think he did well not going on the bottle the night before.
Yeah, he steadies himself quick.
Well, yeah.
Quick nagging.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
To manufacture consent for this ongoing stain on humanity. We demand that RTE comply with its legal obligation to provide the people of Ireland with fair, objective and impartial reporting, whether that reporting comes from outside agencies or the RTE journalism team. Over 200 of your colleagues have been murdered. Where is your solidarity? Where is your humanity? Mothers Against Genocide and Social Rights Ireland submitted a detailed letter on this matter in December 2023 and requested a meeting to discuss RT's coverage of the Palestinian genocide. You did not respond. We demand that you do so now. We bring with us a petition bearing thousands of signatures from people across all walks of life in this country, demanding that RTE simply do its job, report accurately and ethically on the mass murder taking place in the Levant. We insist on delivering it directly to Mr. Kevin Backhurst, Director General of RTE. Francesca Albanese, the UN Rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories, was left breathless after being interviewed by RTE and encountering...
Okay, I'm stopping this shit here because it just fucking rambles on indefinitely. Like, so,
yeah.
I think the police do arrive.
All right.
I saw footage of a Garda car outside.
Oh.
But that was essentially it. Nobody was dragged out. It was all very, very tame and very civilized. And I know if it was any other group who went to RTE and occupied their lobby, there would be
a SWAT team,
hell to pay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
a National Guard would be in.
Yeah, and it would be all over RTE. RTE did report on this, almost thanking them for the protest. Right, I've got to go for a minute.
Yeah.
Just take over for a couple of seconds. Cheers.
Yeah, Liz Pepper in the chat says, these bastards are the ones who counter-protest us. Yeah, these are the ones. I was walking through... what? Parnell Square, is it? Yeah, with my cousin there a few months ago, and we saw these old ladies holding up a banner and we were walking behind them, and curious because got to see what's going on, or in your capital city when you have the chance to be there. We walked to the front and it said, "Grandmothers Against Racism" or something, and we we just burst our fucking holes laughing. Oh god, they're all of the same crew. They show up with different flags and different banners, and I know this because I was one of these people in the early 2000s, back when we needed an anti-war movement, except that it was hijacked by the revolutionary socialists, namely the Socialist Workers' Party, who have kind of parasitized people before profit in its infancy, and then basically skinwalked it. The SWP are still around, but they're the parasite itself lives on in people before profit, and that's why it's so hardline as we know it today. Because back when people before profit started, it wasn't socialist explicitly. It was a general movement, against privatization. And you wouldn't know that listening to Richard Boyd Barrett and the rest of them in the Dáil, the other one anyway. I think there's two of them, isn't there? With all the shit that they talk, not a whisper of encroaching privatization and basically the profitization of life, which is what people before profit was before it was infiltrated and, as I said, skinwalked by revolutionary socialists. And we have that over and over again, where movements start, grassroots movements. They tried to do that with the water protests, but they failed because there were just too many ordinary people in that movement to allow it to happen. While, say, for instance, people before profit or the anti-war movement of the early 2000s were small group of people easily infiltrated by a dedicated group. This is what they do every time we birth a new movement, grassroots movement, to really change the country. These fuckers come in and take over. And I think the problem that they have now with this grassroots movement that is emerging, they have to label it as far right because they can't skinwalk it. They can't take our concerns and mimic them, because that goes against their whole program to, have concerns about immigration. Which I think is the only thing that they disagree with us on at the end of the day, is immigration. Other than that, I think we all agree that, we need to enhance public housing schemes. We need to keep Ireland's water supply in the hands of Irish people, and maybe even roll back privatization. Oh yeah, that's another thing. The EU, suddenly they flipped on a dime, the socialists, in I think around 2008. Up until then, socialists around Europe were anti-EU because they saw it as a part of the globalist kind of push, towards totalitarianism and free trade and all that. Yes, socialists were against free trade, but that's changed. So yeah, there's no rolling back privatization if you're celebrating EU, because they're the guys who forced us into that position. This is who we're dealing with. These guys who, that whatever's going today, up until October 7th, back 2 years ago now, I believe it is, memory serves. They were on the anti-racism thing, or some of them were on the maybe disabled rights or whatever it might be. But there's never a time in these people's lives where they're not on some kind of bandwagon. Going to little protests, going to meetings, public meetings, party meetings and party conferences, and yeah, it's what and who we're dealing with here. Is you could say it's a global conspiracy. You have the Fourth International, which is an international alliance of Marxists, and that's who the Socialist Workers' Party is embedded in. It's kind of like a hierarchy of Marxist organizations, and you better believe that they coordinate with each other. They share ideas and develop ideas. Talking about Marxists infiltrating every single movement that happens in Ireland.
Carry on.
No, nothing. I'm done. I was filling air while you were away. Well, I mean, what I can catch you up on is they infiltrated the anti-war movement. They infiltrated People Before Profit. People Before Profit wasn't a socialist group. It was an alliance of just grassroots groups, and then, of course, the SWP was in there, and that's who really got their claws into it and skinwalked it as a Marxist movement. It was against privatization. You wouldn't think that if you Richard Boyd Barrett and what have you. They tried to skinwalk the water water protests, but that didn't work because there was too many ordinary people in it. And now they're angry at us because we have a movement that they can't infiltrate because they can't ape our concerns of about immigration. So they can't hijack what we're doing here. So they have to call us far right.
Yeah. Well, that's it. They've lost. It's not even working class people. It's just people, working people. I call them people with working minds. But again, it's because, like you said, they pander to the kind of the new proletariat, disabled, homosexuals, trans people. There's nowhere else to go, really. And again, the concerns of people today are pretty much basic concerns. I want to have a family. I want to have a home. Like, who would have thought that be classified as one of the richest countries in the world, and the biggest needs of people are housing. Not even housing. Well, yes, housing, because there's 15,000 people now in emergency accommodation who will probably never get at home. Young people who will have to forgo having children until their late 40s in order to tie themselves into a lifelong debt to have a house that they can call their own in their 60s and maybe retire for 5 years in some apartment in Spain. And even now, the people on the left in unison across the English-speaking world are calling for the elderly to, downsize their homes.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, that will help with the housing crisis because, there's just too much room in a house for people. Like, what would you want with room, for Christ's sake? You know, can't you just be happy in a box? You know, why just let everyone in a bed sit there? Or let's, you know, I don't know, let's build large Soviet tower blocks and communal spaces for cooking and living. Sure, fuck it. Why not throw 3 or 4 families into the same apartment? Everybody needs company, don't they? They are socialists, you know, so they're very social. So it makes sense. But of course, not their homes. Like, how cruel can you be? Where you want people who've, you know, worked all their lives, let's even say they haven't worked, just the fucking grind of existing for a lot of people is a lot, you know, where for many people, like, death is a release from the grind, you know, and in their last days, what do you want? Oh, you know, let me do it, you know, let me put you under the stress of having to fucking sell your house and move to an unknown location, to a smaller unit. Sure, what would you want stairs for? Sure, you can barely walk as it is, you know. There's no need for that upstairs area. And so you're sitting in the sitting room most of the time. So, you know, we'll just put a stove in the corner for you there, and have some fucking Abdul come around every Wednesday to, you know, talk to you for 10 minutes and bring you a meal. A horror, like, and where are these poor people supposed to even find the accommodation? Sure, there's no houses as it is.
Yeah.
But somehow
There's
they
nothing
magically
to
want
rent out
people
there.
to,
Yeah.
you know, downsize into houses that don't exist.
Yeah.
It's craziness, like absolute craziness.
Mm.
But still, it persists, like, and they've done a disservice to socialism and the left, really, like, and they've made compassion almost dirty. You know, it's like now anyone who seemed to be in any way compassionate is, you know, associated with that. But it just seems that the compassion is all in the wrong direction, you know. And then we can fall into the trap of where, you know, if you know, someone, I don't even know, like, it's like, what I can't see why compassion is needed for the issue of, you know, transsexuality. Like, surely it's like, you know, help is needed if a child is going through that, just to, like, you know, guide them through the process, rather than, you know, let's have, you know, campaigns in schools to let people know that, yeah, it's okay if you want to mutilate yourself. And yeah, I don't even pay attention anymore, because they could be saying, you know, the most profound logical thing in existence, but because of all the previous nonsense that's gone beforehand, it's just, what's the even the point in listening anymore? And it's stale. It doesn't speak to the people. It doesn't speak to their needs. And we have this bizarre situation that those on the left, at least the voices that are prominent, seem to be the most pandered pussies that have ever been in existence. There's like, well, you know, where's the working class voice of the left? It's not there, because it doesn't speak to those people. It doesn't address their needs. Like, all those people who would have traditionally been attracted to parties like that, they're all on the so-called right now. Which, again, its leadership is inhabited mostly by, you know, old school leftists. Like, Malachy Steenson isn't a, you know, some right wing figure. He comes from, you know, doesn't he come from, like, socialist Republican roots? I think wasn't he a member of the official Sinn Féin or something like that? Or
I couldn't tell you.
yeah, but I don't think he's in any way traditionally conservative. That was the kind of mainstay of Fine Gael, wasn't it? And something happened to Fine Gael where it's like, I don't know, I think everyone just went through college and everybody's been given the same indoctrination, like the same political indoctrination through colleges, and then it's a career decision of if you'll go into Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, depending on if you're picked up in the private school. If you joined the Young Fianna Fáil or Young Fine Gael, kind of determines which career path you're going down into the corporation that is Ireland, you know. And then we have this strange fringe element of, which really should be the left, that is now the far right, and all these kind of micro parties and independents. It's all very fucking bizarre. but really, I think if we were to have a decent political system, that the whole party apparatus would need to be completely dismantled, almost outlawed, where no political party should be able to get a grip on politics. The whip would need to go from the door, and it would really need to be just but it should be like a representation of different communities throughout the country, like the non-aligned leaders from their respective communities would go forward and represent their constituents, and then everybody work for the greater good of the country. But
what a concept!
I know, right? A pipe dream, you know. But we're trapped in this fucking stupid, shitty political system. Like,
yeah, you have to play the game to some extent.
Yeah.
You know, touching back on the discussion of earlier about, oh, there's this group and that group and blah blah blah, fighting amongst each other. I will always remember one of Michael Tsarian's many personal aphorisms. He pointed out, like, in the early days of the railroad, you know how you have like just railroads, they're all the same fucking gauge, the same size, so all the trains can run on them. Well, that wasn't true in North America. People were just building their own fucking gauges of railroad, and then, well, you have to have the right train to run on it. But over time, a standard arose, much like now you have a standard of, say, a phone charger, you know. These things take time. Just, time and development, and, you know.
Yeah, I remember talking about gauges. It just reminds me of the state of Ireland. I think when the Lewis line in Dublin was first built, and they put down the tracks, the people in charge of that, they ordered the wrong trams, and the trams were too wide for the gauges that they laid down, so they had to repurchase a whole new fucking bunch of trams with the right gauge. Right. Anyway, to move away from the irrelevance of politics and onto.
Did you want to? Oh, more Thai Kiki. Okay, I was going to say, like, it's 1 a.m. Do you want to get your rest? But no, if you want, let's go.
Is that are you trying to get rid of me?
No, you just mentioned that.
Yeah, I do. Shortly, but
all right.
Yeah, we'll have a look at Tig.
Because
we'll finish it off.
Yeah.
I feel kind of a little bit guilty, kind of picking on Tig. I think the YouTube comments are getting to me like that. You know, one guy in particular saying we're bullying Tig.
Those two comments from the same person.
Yeah, can't stop watching
on two different videos.
Yeah,
you guys are insufferable, but I'm going to keep watching.
Typical fucking socialist, huh? Masochist at the heart of it.
I swear to God, it has to be Tig. Has to be.
Okay. Right. So yeah, we could pick one at random. No, let's pick. I'll go with the original one I had. So when we last saw Tig, I think he was begging, wasn't he?
He's making excuses for being lazy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we'll go.
So this guy has like at least 20 subscribers on Patreon. So that's $5 a piece. 100 quid a month. And he does nothing. He literally does nothing on it.
Yeah, not a fucking thing. So I had a look at his older videos, and there's some of them are kind of Q&As, like, so, ask me anything type things. Another one was he had a concert in his house with some musician called Sully. No idea who that is. Hasn't got a bad voice, I must say. Like,
all right,
hasn't got a bad voice. We saw that in one of his music videos where he was dressed as a woman.
Oh yeah.
Are you sorry for what you did? I think was the song. Like, so he sang that in one of his YouTube lives as well.
Oh, jeez, a cappella, just without.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, with him and Sully on guitar.
Okay.
Oh, that's the
God.
wrong fucking screen, is it? Yeah. Okay. All right, I need to change that.
Was wondering what was going on with fucking Hitler's arse. What's that?
What?
There's a video.
Oh,
there.
Hitler's all
arse.
right. Coming soon. The shocking. Oh, we have to watch this now. Okay.
Okay.
Now that it's there, like, look at those eyes. How could you not be
beautiful,
hypnotized? Yeah, and that
Aryan eyes. Yeah.
beautiful singing voice of his.
Even though they were brown eyes. Go on then.
And the
You have to
History Channel.
fix that now. Yeah.
Coming soon. The shocking new tale of the only evil leader in the only evil regime ever. Hitler's arse. A new 42-part series.
Ugh.
I mean, we scoured Netflix and the History Channel, and we could only find a measly
What's with those eyes, man?
77,000.
What the? Is he wearing some kind of contact lenses to get his eyes to be that fucking huge? What's going on there? That's weird, right? That's not just me.
I think maybe it's the color grading, is it, or something like that? Where no, he has blue eyes, doesn't he? Naturally.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't blue. That's
weird.
Brown or something. I don't know. Maybe he's taking some acid or something, and his pupils have just exploded.
Maybe half a gram of coke.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, or it just could be the malnutrition again, where it's just because the eye sockets are sunken.
Yeah, he's in a constant state of adrenaline. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a high alert, He's
Starvation.
on the edge. Those tech bros.
The History Channel, and we could only find a measly 477,316 Hitler documentaries, which we felt was, pretty anti-Semitic. There were documentaries on his balls, his knob, but nothing on his arse. Now, you might
That's
ask,
funny.
have we not seen it?
Oh God!
Come on.
Oh,
I mean, it's really fucking cheesy and stilted, but the idea behind it is funny. And you know what? He has a mate there, and guaranteed it's his mate who actually came up with this idea. Right?
I don't know. It's someone in the comments on it was like his Patreon is filled with give me an idea, submit your idea, and the ideas are
right, okay,
terrible. Yeah, okay.
Have we now not wandered from learning important lessons from history into just weirdly fetishizing the man, perhaps as a means of distracting ourselves from the evil committed then and now?
Was that a piss take, or does he actually that has to be a piss take, right?
Yeah. It's I know you can't tell that this is comedy, but he's being satirical here and lampooning.
Okay, that's a good sign.
That's
a good sign. He's not completely gone.
Yeah, that's funny.
Then and now, by countries we like. Could I not, for instance, make a documentary about the US campaign of dropping the equivalent of 7,000 Hiroshima bombs on the Marshall Islands, willfully contaminating and experimenting on the inhabitants like rats in a lab? Could I not make a documentary about Britain forcing 1.5 million Kenyans into concentration camps where they were subjected to torture, rape, and other violations? And what we always say to those people is simply this: not one doco about his arse. Come on.
Oh, God.
That was a story that simply had to be told.
Okay. This guy is a faggot. This guy's a homosexual. Every second video is,
right,
arse and cocks and fucking dresses and
I can't help myself but to be give a kindly critique. That was in total what, a minute and 46 seconds or something.
Yeah,
it could have been 40 seconds long, and it would have been way funnier because it's a great premise, and I love the way he started out with, the only leader ever that was this evil in the whole of world history. That's funny, but the execution really fucking sucked in that video, man.
Yeah, you're kinder than I. Right, actually, let's get around to this fucking begging video.
Okay, so this is
from
past-
Patreon. Yeah, this is from this is the good stuff, like hidden behind the paywall of Patreon.
But no more. Only on the fourth hour of the anti-broadcast do you get this content, folks.
Yeah. Right.
My God, man. Is he doing a character?
No, that's him.
Oh my God, Jesus
how
Christ.
Like,
Fuck me, man. If I was looking over a video that I recorded, I'd be like, no. People are already spreading rumors that I'm a faggot. Got to retake that video.
Okay, let's open this bitch up. Said the bishop to the nun. Okay.
Good he looks like Patreon. A cock popping out of a scroll. Fuck. What do you call the skin? Shit.
Foreskin.
Foreskin. Yeah. He looks like a. Yeah. Sorry.
He looks like a cock. Like
yeah.
It does actually. It does look like a.
Yeah.
A foreskin with a bit of smegma around it. Actually, maybe he's so hungry that he's eating that scarf. If you remember last week, we noticed there was a lot of kind of white bubbles on his tongue.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so he could have been chewing. He's been reduced to eating his clothes and hungry. Yeah, it does look like some sort of condom to identify with the black people. And he does look at his baby blues, so he does naturally have blue eyes. Like.
First of all, my usual apology. I have been a disaster again. I just noted there that I haven't posted for a couple of months.
Fuck! Dude! A couple of months.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with people, man? €5 a month. Well, not even €5 and change because you have to pay Patreon their cut on top of the 5. What the fuck?
Just couldn't be arsed. So what was the last 4 excuses he had? Wife is having a baby.
Yeah.
So,
he lost his secretary. Yeah.
Yeah, lost his secretary. Too stupid to learn how to respond to a message. Couldn't figure that out. ADHD. And what was the other one? Just malnutrition, wasn't it? Like because of muscular dystrophy. Didn't have the power to raise his hands and lower them to press on the keyboard. So we'll see if there's a different excuse.
All right.
But he seems to be coming clean here, I think, isn't it? Like so he's admitting he's a disaster, but that's never good enough, is it? Like you can't really use that excuse. Listen, I know I'm. Or maybe you can. Maybe you can just come out and say, "Listen, just give me your fucking money." Like it's as simple as that. Like,
He's not being sincere. Like if you've ever had an alcoholic in your life, it's a cycle, right? They get clean for a while and they think, God, I was, a real fucking demon. I'm so sorry. I fucked up. I'm going to be better. And then a few weeks later, they think, oh yeah, I'll just have a can. And then suddenly, they're fucking in the pit again.
Yeah.
And they just fuck you over again. So he's doing this for years and he's just apologizing again. Fuck you, man. You're a waster.
I'm sorry. I am sorry. I'm going to be honest with you here now, right?
Yeah, you're bang on the money. Like this is an alcoholic, isn't it? Like he's been on a 3-week bender and he's knocking on the door again, and it's a conversation at the doorstep with the wife. Like I'm sorry, I just this time it'll be different. I promise. I swear to God. Like I'm going to be honest this time. I know I haven't been honest 700 other times prior to this, but this time this is the real time for honesty. I'm so sorry.
This is
First of all,
triggering me, man. This is triggering, you know? It's painful when you've actually lived through this shit, you know?
That's part of his work. That's part of his practice, is to help those who've experienced similar things to come to terms with it. That's what the money's doing. Like, so, you know, Tig is a mirror for us all.
I am fall on the ground grateful for the people who've stuck.
See, I've only heard fall.
That's an unfortunate choice of words,
isn't it?
Jesus Christ.
There's only one other context I've heard that used. It's followed by the word drunk.
Yeah.
Fall on
shittered, more appropriately.
I'm fall on the ground drunk. That was amazing. Wow. Fuck me.
We have this guy pegged, man.
Fall on the ground grateful for the people who've stuck with me when I'm giving so little back, really.
Oh, man.
Is that shame? Is that the look of shame, or is he looking down at a script? I think it's a script,
Probably
isn't it?
that. Look, if he had shame, he'd close his Patreon. You know? Or, you know, I think you can on Patreon reduce the tier to like €1.
Yeah.
You know? Do that. Just €1, and then, you know, you feel less guilty. But no. He's just in this cycle, and no, there's no shame in that. That's a script down on his lap.
Yeah, it's notes, like post-it notes all across the dashboard.
Or, you know, because he's not in the driver's seat, see the glove box is open and the naggin is just in there, fucking mesmerizing him.
Speaking to him, Tig.
But he knows he has to just pull through, and it's just 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes.
It's been 15 minutes, Tig. Kiss me. maybe he didn't put the cap on tight enough and it's just slowly dripping onto the floor of the car, like, and it's just killing him, like there was even wasted like that.
But I do still appreciate your support, and I know I always say this, but I do have plans now to go back and make use of this page. I'll tell.
Yeah, it's that, isn't it?
Oh, it's too fucking much.
I always say I will never hit you again. I know I've said it before. I've said it 1,000 times, and I always say it. But this time, if you just give me one more chance, I'll make some content. I swear to God, please just give me one more chance.
Tell you what it is straight up, right? I find it very hard to do the kind of, you know, like ideally on Patreon you'd be giving kind of glimpses of your life, and here's me, like, you know, making spaghetti, or oh my God, like quick clip of me there, I forgot.
Shut the fuck up.
Nobody wants to see that shit, man.
No, you know, maybe if, you know, you got a bunch of retards and you're like George Clooney or something, so you want to see what the celebrity lives like. Nobody wants to see you eat some fucking chips. Or, you know, pick up the phone to, you know, ring the local takeaway and then open the door and, you know, take the bag of chips off the guy. No one wants that. They want the stuff you said you would do, like, you know, the sketches, the material, to hear your thoughts on fucking Palestine for the 27,000 fucking time in the last year.
You know, though, right? I think if you or I were on Patreon or whatever it might be, I don't think we'd last on Patreon, honestly. We would actually have a great time making those kind of videos because we would be engaging and interesting. We'll have things to say. I don't think he can hold his own, you know, on the fly, just say something interesting or funny. It's not in him. And that's why he doesn't do it.
I don't even drive the fucking car. You know, some level of motion. Like, you have the fucking phone in the car. Like, just get a little thing to pop up there, and just drive around.
Well,
That's it.
see, that's the thing. He was caught drink driving not long ago. So
Oh, right. He's just sitting in the car.
yeah, yeah. He just wants to give the illusion that he can drive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, do a tour of off license or something, like we can watch you sweat outside. Like, you're trying not to go in. Fucking something.
Check out the bins. Like, I find that stuff, I can feel my soul slipping out my nose for that kind of stuff. Also,
No one's asked you to do that, though, are they?
Mm.
I looked through his comments. Nobody's ever saying, "Can we please see you put the bins out?" Like, it's who the fuck does that? Nobody's going to watch that. Johnny, like, unless it's some desperate teenager and it's an OnlyFans page or something, and they've got a weird fetish for bins and pussy or something, like, or I don't fucking know, but nobody's going to watch that.
Yeah,
nobody expects that of him. I don't think.
You know who posts that mundane fucking shit is wealthy people. And that's how they show off their wealth and get satisfaction and validation. And then people watch that because it's a kind of abstracted wish fulfillment for them. But nobody wants to see Tag Hickey's fucking sad life.
Yeah, I know. That's it. With that type of video you're talking about, it's aspirational stuff, isn't it? Like, and kids love it, to see the big mansion and like the MTV cribs. Nobody wants to see the fucking 10 square foot back garden and your little shitty green wheelie bin. You have to struggle through the kitchen and, to drag it out. Like, and they didn't collect it because you put the fucking bit of pizza in with the recycling. Yeah.
Look, a few days ago, right, I saw a video of Darkside Phil, DSP. He's a big American streamer. Well, he was. Now he had a very slow decline over the last decade. He was making tuna salad melt.
Okay.
In his bog standard fucking kitchen. And nobody was interested in that except for the people who were making fun of him. And that's the thing, if you have to have something special to show, not you making a fucking sandwich that, people make once a week in their own fucking kitchen.
All right. Yeah, maybe a video of shaving. I haven't seen the clean shaven once. It has to be at some stage because it doesn't really get beyond this anyway. So
maybe that's all he can fucking muster because there's no testosterone going on there.
Yeah, the stubble's stronger than the man. Like, so it's a constant effort just to get through it. All right, Ty, let's hear what you fucking have to say. Come on.
So I'm kind of a bit of a scatty character as well. So even to kind of have the reminder to kind of keep putting stuff up, I suppose what I'm trying to say to you is I would prefer to have bigger projects on, and then I'm giving like little snapshots of those.
Yeah, but you don't. So that's the fucking problem, isn't it? You don't. So in the interim, do fucking something. Do the small. How about a series of small snippets of you doing interesting stuff that could then be put into a larger project? Something. Even this, like on a weekly basis, just sit in the car, give your thoughts on what's happening in the world outside of fucking Palestine, because you might have something interesting to say, Tig.
Or here's an idea, right? You can live stream an unlisted video on YouTube and then put it on your Patreon. And, you've got a good few fucking Patreon subscribers. So give it 10, 15 minutes and you'll have an audience there and you can chat with them while you're, live streaming and just, shoot the shit. People want connection, Tag.
Yeah, but I think it's beneath him, though, isn't it? Because hasn't he essentially said that with the whole excuse of like, oh, well, people want to see, his him in his daily life, or at least that's what he thinks they do. They want to see him bring out the bins and be in the kitchen, but that's beneath him because it's soul destroying. So to interact with his audience would be, beneath him as well. Like, it's like, I'm not mixing with you, fucking riff raff, for fuck's sake. I just want your money. Plain and simple. But yeah, I don't know. There has to be some reason to do this as well, doesn't there? Like, so, either he's overcome with guilt, like he realizes, okay, well, I'm not giving these people what they want, like, and he's had that kind of, thought enter his mind. So, God, I need to fucking apologize. But if this is a continuous behavior, like, well, then, he's never actually apologizing. So it has to be a case of people must be complaining to him, like, why haven't we, like, where I'm not getting my money. Why aren't you responding to me? Like, I'm supporting you. The least I expect is a response in a message or something like that,
I don't know, but we don't see that in the comments. You know what it might be, right? It might be that once a month he makes a video like this. So because, like, obviously there's 20 plus people who forgot that they even have a Patreon account.
Mm-hmm.
So it's on the rare occasion that one of those people will realize, oh, what's this on my bank statement? And then log into Patreon and say, oh, yeah, okay, let me check him out. And, like, always there's, like, 3 days ago, a video by Tag saying, oh, I'm sorry, lately I haven't been very good. And they think, oh, yeah, okay, leave
Right. Yeah. God, he's fucking special, isn't he? He has it all figured out, like. Yeah, because he's got to know, because that's the problem with Patreon, isn't it? And any kind of system like that where, people are constantly cycling out, so then you need more people to cycle in. So it continues, and you don't want to go into that spiral where it's just people cycling out and cycling out and cycling out, and nobody new is coming in because you've no new fucking material to keep them there. So, yeah, so it's got to be. And he keeps saying he's scatty, like he can't remember. But I think that's horseshit as well. I think he's super organized, where he has it down on his calendar, like, it's the fucking, every 2 months, the third week of every second month, it's this type of video. It's like, okay, so I know people are probably questioning it now. He's done some research and realized that every 2.3 months, people start to question their finances and look at things like Patreon. But then he can play on the guilt of, like, oh yeah, I'm really trying. I have these big projects. Please don't leave me. And this kind of act of contrition, it keeps people in there, like you said. Like, it just playing on their pity, like.
Yeah.
Or them, that would make me feel like it's more meaningful content to give ye, and stuff that I would be also interested in and stuff, like, so with that in mind, like, that's what I'm going to try to do going forward, like, to put up sketches and stuff. Now, for instance, next week I'm going to launch a Working Class Lives little mini series. Like, it's a 6-minute sketch, so I'll put, like, a couple of minutes on.
Did that happen?
I don't know. We'll have to check it out. What was it? Let me take a note. Working class lives. Look at me as I pretend to have a pen in my hand. All right. We'll check that out. Working class lives.
Because I'm hammering my exit out here on that one.
You're what?
I'm hammering the exit out on that one.
All right, yeah. Maybe one. He did say a series, didn't he?
Yes, he said a series.
Okay,
yeah.
So if there's not more than one, series. Yeah, a weekly series. Okay, like, so, yeah. If we take him at his word, that's at least 2.
Yeah,
it's all right. We'll see.
On the regular formats, and then I'll put this whole thing up there. And guys, I'm super pumped about it. It's a really cool edit. I'm collaborating with an American filmmaker called John Ulrich, who helped Cahoots to make our sitcom a few years ago called The School. He's brilliant, and he's back in Ireland now, and I'm taking huge advantage of him and his skill set.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to say, isn't it?
That's a really weird phrasing. Yeah,
I'm taking advantage of him.
And it's it's not like a localism. That's not how they speak in Cork.
Yeah.
I don't think they even understand the concept of taking advantage. As the words themselves, I think they just grunt at each other. No, that's just him being a cunt.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it could be like, I'm getting great benefit from his skills and connection. He's a great help to me.
Yeah.
I'm taking advantage of him.
yeah,
Oh, we did hear that, didn't we? We did hear that, right?
yeah. You're not imagining things, man.
To make our sitcom a few years ago called The School. He's brilliant. And he's back in Ireland now, and I'm taking huge advantage of him.
Oh, huge advantage. Not even advantage of him. Huge advantage.
And the skill set. And I really like it. I think it's
actually,
very
the proper way would to say that, because he's in Ireland now, you could say, we are taking advantage of him being in Ireland.
Yeah.
And it's, less fucking creepy.
Yeah, I think he was going to say that, wasn't he? But then he corrected himself.
Imagine correcting yourself. Wrong thing.
American filmmaker called John Ulrich, who helped me to helped Cahoots to make our sitcom a few years ago called The School. He's brilliant, and he's back in Ireland now, and I'm taking huge advantage of him and the skill set. And I really like it. I think it's very interesting, and I hope to make a full kind of series out of it. So I would love your ideas on future episodes and stuff like that. But I'll get to all that anyway. But for now, I just wanted to say thanks to the people who stuck with me. Also, like, if you have signed up as well, and you're like, fuck's sake, like, I'm giving that guy money now for a while, like, and he's putting up nothing. Like, please leave. Like,
wow.
Please leave.
Yeah.
You didn't cut that.
No.
Wow. Dude. Hey. Wow. I guess you're the sucker then if you keep giving him money and not leaving.
Yeah. That's it. If you're expecting anything, get the fuck out. What did you expect? Like, what? I can't. You imagine this guy out running a cinema or something. Like, it's just, you pay a tenner, you go in, there's just a fucking black screen. Like, well, if you don't like it, get fucking out. And you're not getting your money back either. Like, unfucking real, man.
All right.
Make our sitcom a few years ago called The School. He's brilliant, and he's back in Ireland now, and I'm taking huge advantage of him and the skill set. And I really like it. I think it's very interesting, and I hope to make a full kind of series out of it. So I would love your ideas on future episodes and stuff like that. But I'll get to all that anyway. But for now, I just wanted to say thanks to the people who stuck with me. Also, like, if you have signed up as well, and you're like, fuck's sake, like, I'm giving that guy money now for a while, like, and he's putting up nothing. Like, please leave. Like, with, you know what I mean? You know I mean that now with absolute, I love you, like.
This is gaslighting. Like,
yeah, it's like you beating your girlfriend every Saturday and saying, well, if you don't like it, then leave.
Yeah, you don't like it, fucking leave. But
even though, you've brainwashed her basically into thinking that you're the only lifeline that she has. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, he's preying on the vulnerable, like he's brought them in. So I imagine that, and this whole thing about not responding to messages is bullshit as well. It's just publicly he doesn't, but privately he's, on there every fucking 10 minutes, luring these people in, telling him how important they are to his life. But then, like, he gets a little bit busy, like this guy comes over, fucking Jan Ulrich or whatever his name is, like, and he says, oh, Jesus Christ, I can squeeze some juiciness out of this guy. Like, let me take full advantage of him. Let me take huge advantage of him while he's here, and he can get me what I'm really looking for. So he neglects those poor suckers, like, but he knows that all he has to do is threaten to, like any good cult leader, just threaten to cut them off, like, and you're expelled. If you don't like the nothing you're getting, well, then just fuck off. There's plenty more nothing for you out there. But at least if you stay here and give me your money, you get to look at me, and you get the pleasure of me demeaning you and insulting and belittling you, for only €5 a month. Some people have to pay.
What a racket, man! And he is taking advantage of the vulnerable, people who aren't looking at their bank statements. Ignorant people, and then the mentally disabled, because you would have to be to know that you're to know that you're subscribed to him on Patreon and not leave.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's perfect logic. I think even other than, like, I'm retarded in a different way, but I'm subscribing for you know, it's a public service to people as a kind of
Oh
a
yeah,
warning,
You're
right?
an investigator. Yeah,
Yeah, people need to know that, you know, this, like, you know, like, fuck that, you know, pedo hunting. This is far more important. This guy's more dangerous. Like, you know, before we know it, he'll be fucking invading, you know, television stations, and like, there's real danger. This guy, like,
You know
I
what?
love.
Sorry, I've got one more thing to say. Right back, after 9/11, you know, when I kind of went into conspiracy mode, I would, you know, be doing fucking coding and shit, and I'll just stick on fucking Alex Jones, you know. And it seemed like every fucking day, and you know what? He hasn't changed, not a bit. It's the same style. He's, you know, got it down to a fine art at this stage. But every day, literally, the world was about to end, or that we were going to take down the New World Order, you know, because we gave enough upvotes to his Dig fucking article. You know, Dig is like the pre Twitter. But even after like a month or two of that, I thought, hang on a minute, there's something wrong with this guy. Like, the world can't be ending every day. You know, I gotta tune out of this for my own mental health. What's wrong with his subscribers? I don't get it.
I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, I see. I haven't spent time in the comments. Just that one comment, and I was disgusted because I didn't get any response at all, you know. And now I know why, because he's just simply not fucking looking, you know.
Yeah, he's big timing you.
Yeah, so I'll have to go in deeper. Like, I'll have to get into the community, like, to get the dirt, like. So I had a sneaking suspicion that he may be having affairs with some of these Patreon or patrons. There's something dark at work here. I feel like, and I don't know. Maybe they're, you know, they're people he's met at AA meetings or something like that. Like, and he's, you know, after the AA meeting's over, he's, you know, he's talking to them, and much like Fight Club, you know. Yeah, he could be like a Tyler Durden, you know. Just going
Oh
around.
my god! Oh my god! You know what? What if he's a nepo baby? You know, he's got a trust fund, and all of these Patreon subscribers are just his sock puppets, and this is an elaborate deception to fool his wife. Oh, I need to be on Patreon because I've got these Patreon subscribers, but really, he's actually having an affair with a woman on there.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
got.
I don't think there's no maybe about it. That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most logical thing because none of this makes sense, man.
Yeah, you could maybe we can get in touch with the Journal. We can ask them to fact check us as we go along. But yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. I'm happy with that.
Yep.
I'd convict them based on that alone.
Love life, and I love you, and actually love myself as well. This weather, thank God. But like,
what the fuck is he on about? Like, so yeah, again, this is just pure manipulation. Like, I hate you, but I love you. You know, fuck off. If you're not happy with how things are, get out. I love you. I'm kicking you out. I never want to see you again, but I love you. Not only do I love you, but I love me. Especially with the weather. If it's raining out, I don't love myself. But
I think that's actually an old Irishism where it's weather, which is like, you know, these days.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm wondering, like, what are you talking about with the weather? Like, are you wearing a fucking scarf and a hood in your car, and, you know, just turn the fucking AC on, like, put the heater on.
Well, he can't start the car because, you know, he's off the road. Remember?
Yeah, it could be CGI. Like, it might be a car, it could be in his kitchen.
It's not up to scratch for somebody who would like constant, you know, content. I can see.
No, but it's not. You just told us, like, it's been 4 months since you last posted. That doesn't qualify as constant. Like, you know, it's not even, doesn't even qualify as infrequent. You're absent. You know, you're the equivalent of an absentee landlord. And someone with your politics, you would think that you would have some level of fucking responsibility for your tenants. But no, you're an absentee landlord in the world of Patreon. Your fucking patrons are starving, and you're swanning around with fucking international directors, taking advantage of them and feeding them your horseshit about your ideas that you don't have because you're reliant on other people for the ideas. I can imagine the meeting with this director, like, what's your idea, Tyke? Well, kind of series about working class people. And he's probably researched this director as well, like, and goes, oh yeah, he's progressive. So he knows all the tricks to pull with him, like, and yeah.
Well, he's worked with him before. The school thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We need to find that school thing as well.
Yeah.
We need to do a deep dive into that.
See that totally. So if you need to go or if times are tough or anything like that, like, please leave. No matter what way you say please leave, it sounds like weirdly like I'm being this ungrateful dick. But
you are.
Yeah.
Ungrateful dick.
I mean, you could have just not said any of that.
Yeah.
That's an option.
Yeah. You could have said, like, it's never a good thing to say, listen, that kindness you're showing me by giving me money and not really making a big fuss out of it, really. But no, it's like, that money you're giving me and I'm giving you nothing back for it. Well, fuck you. Leave. Just go. Get the fuck out of here. I love you, but fuck off, really. But, does that make me look bad? Does that make me look like a bit of a dick? I don't think I am, and I can't accept. No, you're a dickhead. You're a complete fucking dick. That's dick. Big dickish behavior.
Top shelf dick.
Yeah, that's black dick behavior right there. Fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ. How could you have the balls to say that? Or, the complete lack of self-awareness. Like, you're being a cunt and you're saying, am I being a cunt?
Not. But if you are interested in seeing kind of more content of like bigger stuff that I'm making, I am going to use this page for that now going forward. And as I said, there'll be exclusive content, but it won't just be me picking my nose. It'll be actual thingy-majiggies. So for instance, I am writing a film with John at the moment. And we look
thingy-majiggies. Yeah.
You know what a thingy-majig is? It's like a nail or something.
Yeah.
It's a hairbrush.
Yeah.
Something when you can't think of anything else. It's a tiny, everyday object, not content that people pay for.
Yeah, a yoke, something, a thing, a thingy-majiggy. That's a great concept there. I can see the investors getting behind that. What's your pitch there, Tyke? Well, I'm working on a thingy-majiggy about a yoke. Please invest here. Get the fuck out, you fucking scam artist.
Close to be able to secure some private funding for it. It'll be a feature film, and hopefully it'll whittle. Because John's American, there's a few American connections there, and it's kind of an Irish American story. I'm writing a TV series with another writer who's a beautiful man deep down inside and out. Freud.
Deep down. Oh no, he said. Oh my God, man. Dude, there's an app on your phone where you can edit the videos that you make.
He's so lazy though, he can't be arsed.
Oh my God. Oh, dude, what the fuck is wrong with this guy?
Oh. Like, yeah, just skip past it, like, deep down inside. Deep down and dirty, huh?
Oh my God. Maybe this is why he hasn't done anything with these people, because they saw this video and they were like, really, Tag?
You outed me? Fuck, Tag.
Jesus Christ, I didn't know you thought about me that way, that like I'm some kind of monster, but like deep down I'm actually a good person. Fuck you.
Yeah, well, yeah. He's sucking the dick off these fucking producers in the hopes of getting a few shekels thrown at him, like, that's why his fucking necking is ruffled. It's from being on the casting couch, like, that's what it is. He's hurt his neck from all the head he's been given trying to get one of his fucking shitty stories produced. Wow. I have to watch that again. Like that happened
That
as
was
well.
it was special.
Yeah.
Yes, it definitely did happen. No
Yeah.
mistake about it.
Look at that mouth action as well.
Oh, we're
Tell me about your idea for that TV show, Tig. Oh.
Oh, that commenter is right. We are insufferable.
That's okay.
Are interested in seeing kind of more content of like bigger stuff that I'm making, I am going to use this page for that now going forward. And as I said, there'll be exclusive content, but it won't just be me picking my nose. It'll be actual thingy-majiggies. So for instance, I am writing a film with John at the moment, and we look close to be able to secure some private funding for it. It'll be a feature film, and hopefully it'll whittle. Because John's American, there's a few American connections there, and it's kind of an Irish-American story. I'm writing a TV series with another writer who's a beautiful man deep down inside and out. Freud. No, I love him. I actually do love him. And he could actually be listening, so I better definitely...
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he's in love with another man.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay, yeah, maybe there was some kind of sexual innuendo there too.
Look at that
Right.
face. Like, that's the face of someone who's besotted.
Yeah,
Like, he's
smitten.
besotted. Yeah, look at him.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
I can't wait to meet him. I get butterflies every time I see him and I approach him, and I miss him so much. And he's got money too. Oh,
And you know, when someone's like a real piece of fucking shit, and you know you're a woman or even a man with this piece of shit, and you have to go to your friends and relatives and say no, they're really good deep down inside, because you have to be that deep into someone to know what's in there, both spiritually and physically. So there's something going on here, man. Yeah.
Definitely better say I love him, but I do love him. And we're really moving forward with that. We've got a lot of interest in it from some...
Huh?
You're moving backwards is what you're doing. I'm sorry. It just came out.
Big boys and girls, shall we say. So...
Fat shaming. Fat shaming now, or maybe that's the orgy, was it? Some huge dick there, Ty.
And we're really moving forward with that. We've got a lot of interest in it from some big boys and girls, shall we say. So, yeah. So that's happening, and I'm right.
That didn't happen.
Yeah,
none of this happened. Like,
and what do I care if fatzos are interested in what I'm doing?
So what's big movie?
Yeah,
TV show,
miniseries.
Miniseries, TV show,
right?
And he's writing something else now as well, is it?
Yeah, and he's got
the big money's coming in, like
funding for one of the projects. Can't remember which. I think it's the feature film. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
so this video now is like last year. This is 2024.
Oh,
so in the interim, like nothing.
Wow.
None of this has come to pass.
Whoa.
The only thing that's come to pass is that dude's load on his forehead.
Writing a book. I'm just finished the first draft, and the book would be released.
Oh my god, he's writing a book. Right. Dude can't fucking fire up a fucking camera and talk into it for 20 minutes every few days. But he's doing all this.
Now, in fairness, he did write a book.
Oh.
I don't know if the book he wrote was written during this period. Maybe it was. So he wrote a book, an autobiography, if you can imagine that.
Oh my god.
Like, it's not self-indulgent or anything like that, but and the title, I think, was The Portrait of the Piss Artist as a Young Man.
Oh, we heard
Yeah,
about that
yeah,
one when we
yeah,
first found him.
yeah, yeah. So just to put himself in the same category as Joyce, you know. We must get a copy of the book.
Oh, Easons are selling it. Wow, that's gay.
Yeah, yeah, we have to get a copy. It might be a good book, like, so we may be just overly judgmental.
2013. So no.
Oh no, that was in 2013. He wrote that book, was
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Oh
Published
right,
in
okay.
2013. Yeah.
All right, so another failed fucking promise. But again, anyone can write a book. Let's be generous. Having it published is a
Well,
different story. But yeah, again, another fucking promise that we haven't seen. Even if he wrote the book, you think he would, as a gift to his patrons, he would
Yes,
let them have an e version of the book,
Mm.
But no, not him. I'd probably, like a 5% discount or something, or not even a 5% discount, an opportunity to buy the book early at full price would probably be the best I could give people. Like,
Signed as well.
yeah, by his wife, because he's too scatty to work a pen,
Yeah, and, those DTs, man. You
Oh
can't
yeah.
pen straight.
Oh fuck.
12th, I think it is. So that's all happening, and I'm doing stand up again. I did theatre there for about a year and a half, and kind of pivoting back to stand up a bit there now, and I'm loving it because I did a load of CBT on my anxieties and my fears and my phobias. And
Phobias.
Phobias.
What did he have to do that for? I don't understand. Oh, dude. The only thing I believe is that he had cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I believe.
Yeah, that's a
because,
given, I think.
like he just has to show up, that the fucking medical card pays for it or something.
Yeah, actually, it's got to be fun to be this guy's therapist as well, isn't it? It's like, yeah, I think even the therapist would lose their patience. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. Jesus Christ, I don't care about your fucking projects. Just shut up.
I did theatre there for about a year and a half, and kind of pivoting back to stand up a bit there now, and I'm loving it because I did a load of CBT on my anxieties and my fears and my phobias. And one of them was like getting up on stage, like my head would be demented before I go up and do stand up. It wouldn't be worth it to me, but I've kind of conquered some of them. Touch wood. Fears.
What? There's no fucking wood in a modern car. Jesus Christ. Does he even understand what that is? Like touch wood and then, the person touch wood. Not fucking PVC or whatever the fuck. A dashboard. Jesus Christ.
Maybe because, people normally do it as a joke, if you're pretending somebody's stupid and you knock on their head and you say touch wood.
Oh.
So maybe that director is actually on his lap. So he's touching his head there going. Touch wood. But no, it's planned. You can hear the fucking sound of the cheap plastic dashboard. Like,
right.
Wow.
And I'm loving stand-up, so I'm going to go back and do a stand-up tour to coincide with the book in September.
A tour?
Now, I'm not saying this stuff.
A tour?
Yeah.
Where?
He's just getting back into it. But he has a tour.
Dublin, Galway, Limerick.
It's a busy fucking year, isn't it? Like a movie project, television project, writing a book, back into stand-up, doing a full tour. Yeah. So, if this was actually happening, you can go, well, you know what? Fair enough. I can understand why you don't have time to be
absolutely
doing something on Patreon. But it's not happening.
Fair not to hear about it and just enjoy the content. Yeah.
Yeah, but no. So it's kind of, heavy on promises and kind of short on results. And you want to do the reverse. You want to, promise low and deliver big, not promise high and then deliver.
Yeah, that's why we on the Anti-Broadcast never say anything ever.
Yeah, I made the foolish mistake of making a promo for this show saying I'll talk about Klaus Schwab, the Pope, and the church fires, and then immediately regretted it because I was like, fuck. Now I have to actually talk about it.
Oh my God! Yeah.
But yeah, but I promised and I.
You delivered.
Yeah, and for the grand price of Nothing.
Hmm.
You know, and I appreciate you for listening. You know, I'm not going to
Yeah,
tell you to go
even
away.
though you're not giving us any money.
Yeah, we're begging you to go to public urinals and write the name of the show on the wall. That's how much we love you. Yeah, and you may see Ty in there hanging around.
To anyone else. So this is kind of exclusive stuff as well. So look, thanks for bearing with me. It's a shoddy performance for me, really, Patreon-wise, up until now. So those of you who've stayed, unreal. And if you need to go, absolutely no bother. And I love you. I love you either way. And going forward, we're going to have more meaningful stuff on Patreon. Love you long time. Take care. Mind yourselves. Let me know how all you're getting on.
Love you a long time.
Me love you a long time.
Yeah, sucky fucky, €5.
Oh my God.
Jesus Christ, Tig. Oh, this is what he needs to do. Like, it's the wrong audience. Like, he just needs to do that on stage to a room full of people like us. We got 2 seconds left, Tig.
And that's it, really. Thank you.
Fucking chancer. Absolute fucking chancer.
Yeah, that's just.
Okay. What was the name of that show he promised?
Did it have a name? The
Working class shit, wasn't it?
Concept, working class lives. That's just the description.
Okay. Oh, there is one.
Oh, well, I mean, then
it's not a series.
No.
No.
You know, if it's 2 or 3, I get it. You know. Jesus, you try something. No, I know. I'm just concerned. You try something out, right, and then nobody gives a shit. So then you stop doing it. But doing one and saying, "Yep, job done." No.
Okay. Right. Let me share this, and we'll see how long it is as well. Okay. Okay. Working Class Lives by Middle Class Filmmakers. Okay. Episode 1 of 1.
By the way, guess how much his biography costs in all the bookstores.
Okay. Do you want me to say how much I think it should go for, or how much it's actually? Like, I think, like, I would say paperback or hardback.
Oh,
paperback. It would be paperback. It would be very few people would have the ego to publish a hardback book, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would say with $12.99.
Oh my God! You are bang on the fucking money. What the fuck? And indeed, it is a paperback. Yeah.
So I think.
Wow, man, you know business.
Yeah, I know.
It's just a shame you can't apply that to this business here.
Yeah, or any other one. Is anyone out there looking for somebody to guess the price of books? Especially irrelevant fucking autobiographies. I'm your man. Yeah, that's how special I am. Gifted, multi-talented for useless shit that's not applicable in the world. See, beautiful patrons. This whole episode is exclusive to you. Let me know what you think, and I'd love you to throw out ideas on future episodes.
Oh my God. Jesus, every fucking time with this guy. Give me ideas.
Yeah.
I've never actually come across someone who creates content, online or otherwise, who said, "Give me ideas."
No, it's like it's the worst thing you can fucking do is to ask somebody for other ideas. It lets people know you have nothing. It's begging. Like, and especially in the world of comedy, like it's one step below stealing other people's jokes, asking your audience for ideas. Like, fuck.
Actually, you know what? Yeah. I would rather give him €5 a month than once give him one of my ideas. Right? Because that's mental and spiritual energy. Like that, you know, the fucking stars align and a beam comes down from the heavens into my head, and I just suddenly the thought is mine, and I vocalize it or I do something with it. I'm not giving that magical shit to him.
Yeah, I doubt he would. I doubt he would even credit you, let alone reward you financially. In the other video, didn't he even admit to that? That if it takes off, I'm not giving you any fucking thing.
Yeah, just cancel your subscription and
leave.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. So give me ideas. I'll work them in if I can. I.e., if they're any good, I'll take them. I'll also post scripts and the like. Keep doing what you're doing because you're doing it exceptionally well.
You're reading the comment there?
No, that's part of
that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
What?
Love,
Paying him every month? Oh yeah, that's standing order. That's
Love tea. Yeah, couldn't even be arsed to write his full fucking name.
Yeah.
Wow.
So more like low tea.
Yeah, there you go. No tea. Teabag Tig, huh? All right, let's have a look. Well, let's see how long it is first before we fucking. 6 minutes and 36 seconds.
Wow, that's a marathon.
Yeah, that's kind of insulting to the working class, isn't it? Like a wife beater.
Yeah, right. Wow.
Or maybe it's it's a satire on how the middle class view the working class, because Tig is, remember, a working class lad from the hard streets of Cork.
You would hope that that's what it's about. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Let's see it on full screen.
Let's dive in.
Yeah. Dude, the quality thing is in front of us.
Yeah.
Close
Okay.
that down. Oh, okay. Cool. All right. Oh my God! Nobody lives there.
It's coming up.
The suspect is described as 5'10", stocky build, and painfully working class.
Da.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Freezing. Why
What's
won't
going
you let
on
me
there?
pop down to the shop and rob some firelighters for you?
What the fuck is this?
Oh, please.
Probably
pause.
pass out in a while. At
What
least have
the
something
fuck?
hot to eat.
What the fuck?
What accent was that?
Jesus Christ, man.
This is the thing he's working on with the fucking well-respected director, or
Yeah.
who's taking full advantage of his skills.
Yeah. Well, what if fucking Da Vinci Resolve, like
Yeah.
the most basic things you can do? God, man. I mean, like, first of all, I mean, this isn't working class because these people aren't working.
Yeah.
They're stealing to live because they live in
A burnt out
fire
house.
damaged house.
Yeah. They live next to Muslims.
How this is how this guy sees the working class.
Yeah.
Wow.
Strung out junkies living in fucking hovels. Why the fuck off with that shit? I want to hear that accent again. That was special.
Yeah, that was awful.
Was that
I
supposed to be a Dublin accent, was it?
Yeah, I think so anyway.
Luke, da. My bit's coming up.
The suspect is described as 5'10", stocky build, and painfully working class.
Da. You're freezing. Why won't you let me pop down to the shop and rob some firelighters for you?
Oh, that is just, it's awful.
Oh, I can't even do it. Like I'm I'm cringing trying to copy what he just said. Well, duh! Why can't I go down to the shop for you and rob some firelighters?
Like, twers. He really enunciated that T at the end of firelighters for some fucking reason.
Okay.
Oh, dude.
Why is there a Casio keyboard in?
That's his bedroom. That's what we're seeing here.
Oh, his actual bedroom.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. The dad's a heroin junkie. Is that what's happening here? He's or is he so cold? Or
I mean both.
All right. Okay.
Actually, you know what? That's where Tag goes when he's in a drinking binge and his family want rid of him. Down to the basement.
Yeah.
With your Casio and your stinky mattress.
Yeah, he could chill out there, like, just that's he really wants to be a musician, isn't it? Like, there, look, we can see his wig. Look, you can see that blonde fucking wig he's always wearing. You're right, that's it. That's his crack den, where he goes to hide and have a few pints. Some abandoned house in some slum in fucking Cork.
I'd probably pass out in a while. At least have something hot to eat. Will I make you a nice chip soup?
Huh?
That'd...
What's a chip soup?
I don't know. Apparently that's what middle class filmmakers think that working class people eat, or
is that what Ag thinks, or is that what he thinks that middle class people think about working class people? I'm confused. Like, what are we looking at here?
I'm confused. I think what we're looking at is it's a satire. So I don't know, because his work is so layered and deep. So it could be like, he's remember the way it was an inversion of an inversion is kind of it's fractal comedy. So it could be, a view of how working class people view the middle class stereotype of working class people held by lower, middle, upper class management types. I think
right.
It makes sense now.
Okay. Yeah. See, I mean, this level of genius, it quickly goes over my head.
Yeah, it's like an abstract painting. You have to, the more you look at it, the more confused you become.
Well, like, ideally, you want to smoke a joint before watching it, and you can see the subtext much better.
Yeah. Maybe more than one. Like, maybe you have to be living in that backdrop. Why is his father Northern Irish? Like, it makes no sense.
It's Belfast by way of Dublin. And why is one half of their fucking home burnt to a fucking crisp, and the rest of it is like a squat that people are actively living in? I don't get it.
No, you wouldn't think the electricity would be working.
It's a great fucking editor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jesus. Genius.
That'd be grand, Chrissy.
Oh no, Dad! What is it, Chrissy? There's no chips left, Dad. And there's no money to buy them. I think I'm gonna have to...
What, is he sitting on the keyboard now?
Yeah.
He's
pretty
dirty fucking keyboard stand, man.
Yeah. Well, he's only light, he weighs all of 3.5 stone. So there's no real effect on it. And, last week he was telling us that he's living on chips.
Okay. Yeah.
So again, it could be. Well, no, that would be because that video was in the future, wasn't it? A year in the future, unless it's that kind of genius level filmmaking that everything is prepared years in advance. So it's all of his Patreon videos. It's they're all to each other, like, so. He was foreshadowing the chips. A year and 3 months into the future. Or it could just be that, this is his view of the working class people, because he is a working class people. people, and that's what he spends his money on from his own admission is,
Hmm.
juicy bags of chips.
Right.
Nothing wrong with a bag of chips,
Yeah,
I
I
believe
prefer to
it's
make my own, but yeah.
yeah, the odd bag of chips from a chipper can be
Oh,
tasty.
wow, yeah, from a chipper. Lovely.
Yeah. But again, is that a working class stereotype? It is. It's not that all they do is eat chipper food, battered sausages and the likes. I believe Councillor Gavin Pepper is doing a series on the shocking price of food and chippers. So he'll be
Oh.
releasing a series of videos about that.
Yeah, that fat fuck would be interested in the price of chipper food, yeah.
Is Gavin Pepper fat? Has he put on weight? Or?
Oh my god, man. We took the piss out of how fucking
Oh yeah, I
fucking
forgot.
he
He
is
was,
for
yeah.
hours, man.
Yeah, I forgot. It's the fucking old age. Like it's coming back to me now. Like,
But you know what it is though? When he posts videos, it's always from his shoulders up.
yeah,
He
and,
doesn't let us see that, except for that one time he was interviewing that poor mother who almost lost her child to a migrant. And the camera, for some reason, was all the way across the fucking road.
yeah, and he doxed her in the first 3 seconds.
Here's your front door. I didn't blur out the number on it or anything, and I'm going to
Yeah.
tell people exactly what street we're standing on.
Yeah. And
hello, Linda.
Yeah, here's your face. Yeah, hello, Linda Murphy from 29 Sheriff Street.
And your PPS is 66278.
Yeah, we have to revisit Gavin. There's a lot of material there in the last couple of weeks as well.
Oh yeah, true.
Anyway, we're focusing on
Right.
Tig
Yeah.
is
Yes.
the main man here, and his father, who looks younger than him for some reason.
The job da!
Oh, Cressy.
What the fuck? What is going on here?
So, did I get all the jobs?
Not exactly. In the first interview, Alan said things were going quite well until you started cooking drugs.
Bad first impression?
Yeah. You arrived at the second interview in a stolen car.
God. There has to be some level of believability here. Oh my god.
Is this the job centre? Is it?
It must be, yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty big fucking
Or
job centre.
in Etrio or something. In Trio,
Yeah.
where they actively try to help you find a job or something. I don't know. I've never been in there. What the fuck, man? Man.
It must be a big unemployment problem in Cork. They have a fucking 20-story building for a job centre. Like, why not just go to the local job centre and take a fucking video of that? But again, this is just, isn't it something on YouTube? Yeah, or it's in the stock folder, whatever editing program he's using.
So, did I get all the jobs?
Not exactly. In the first interview, Alan said things were going quite well until you started cooking drugs.
Bad first impression?
Yeah. You arrived to the second interview in a stolen car. I was only a Subaru.
How did they know? How did they know it was stolen? And then, that fucking reaction. What does that even mean? It's only a Subaru.
It was only a bleeding Subaru.
Huh?
I don't know. I can't.
Oh my god, does this guy actually live in this country? Or on this planet, even?
Small little TV and put it up on the desk. Jeremy Coyle! I mean, Chrissy, I have a number of jobs that might be
Wait,
suitable
what
for you,
was
but-
that?
I don't know. Jeremy Kyle.
He brought a television and put it on the desk to watch Jeremy Kyle during a work interview.
All right, because he's so working class,
What the fuck, man? Like, this is shit that you get from like first year students in secondary school where the teacher's like, let's make a movie together and write jokes. It's just I don't know anymore.
Yeah, and like that's not like this is working with. Is this what he's? This is what he's. What did he? Am I imagining it again? Did he say this is what people are thinking about investing in? This is the idea for the TV show, is it?
I forget which of the many imaginary projects that people are investing in. I think it's the feature film that people are investing in.
Okay.
Yep, indeed.
Oh, we robbed these trying to proceed.
I can't help it.
We've no jobs for likable but ultimately
Google Maps, the fucking regs are blurred out.
Oh my god.
This is the worst green screen. Just go out in the street for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Or maybe he thinks, oh, this looks edgy and cool,
Yeah,
it's supposed to look off. But that would work if, there was...
It was funny.
Yeah, exactly.
trustworthy working class people.
Working class.
Working class. Working class.
Help me, Ma.
Working class people. Working class.
Oh,
How is there more hair under his arms than anywhere else on his body?
I don't know. Could you imagine his poor wife? That's what she says when she's laying on top of him, like just fucking, or that bearing down on you.
I'd pour petrol on it and set it on fire. That's what I do.
That's his cum face right there.
Oh, you know what? That's our thumbnail.
That's it. Yeah, Ty Kicky with the tiny Mickey. Oh, the chipper.
I need a job. Right? My dad's an icicle. But you probably think I'm a criminal.
How did he get in the van?
It's robbing the van. Or I don't fucking know. Why is the same guy from the job centre now working in the chipper?
Oh my god.
All your big wood questions.
Why is the chipper van empty? Like there's no stock.
And how is it so big?
I know, it's
like you can't stand across from someone in one of those vans, man.
Yeah, it's the TARDIS of chippers.
Just one question for you, Chrissy. Do you like chips?
This is so bad.
What was that noise?
It's
Was that
supposed to be the grease.
Oh, right. That sounds like he's taking a piss.
I wouldn't put it past Tig.
Do you mind locking up, Chrissy?
Guess where this is going.
Oh, can I take some chips home for me, Dad?
You had some chips for lunch, didn't you?
Oh no, I did, but Dad didn't get
I
any.
think that's enough for today. We'll see you tomorrow. Chrissy.
My wife said you'd hotwired a van to sell drugs or counterfeit fags or something like that. But you didn't. You're an honest game lad, Chrissy.
What the fuck is going on here?
Oh. Oh, God.
Huh? What?
I don't know. He stole the chips.
Oh.
The
frozen bag of chips.
Yeah, it's the smallest bag of frozen chips I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's not very economical if you're just serving dozens of customers an hour or anything.
My Chrissy, huh? An honest working man. I would have been so proud.
Oh.
Who's that? That one from Coronation Street, is it?
Yeah, from fucking EastEnders.
Right, yeah, one of those. Right, Jesus Christ, man.
All right, his father's the same guy from the fucking and the fucking Jobs.
Maybe this is Fight Club.
I believe your boss was just going to throw these away.
Dad, there's something I need to tell you.
You own the chipper.
Oh, Chrissy.
The suspects fled their working-class hovel and a chase on foot ensued. One of the working-class suspects suffered a heart attack and was rushed to hospital.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
You did everything for me growing up, Dad. Alright, you disappeared for 15 years and got me ma's sister pregnant, but after that, you were the best dad in the world. Dad. I'm sorry for the stain.
Oh my God, look at the
Just the way we
watermark
are.
on the fucking
I know, yeah.
hospital bed. Come on, man. He has to think, oh yeah, this looks cool.
Yeah.
Fuck, man.
Yeah. See, I don't even know. Like, if it, you could think, okay, leave that in. It's kind of funny because the backgrounds are so shit. But I have a sneaking suspicion that it would never even cross his
just
fucking mind.
walked it. Yeah. Because, editors, they don't have like a library of assets that they reuse or anything.
I love you, Dad. And I love me ma.
I'll do the eulogy and make you proud, Dad.
You're in your arse, Chrissy. You'll be off your head or fighting with the priest or something.
You're not doing that.
No, I was faking it to get you out. As lovable as us working class characters are, you can never really trust us, Chrissy.
Oh, Dad.
What? Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Hello, loyal and beautiful.
Oh, no. Fuck, Jesus fucking Christ. What is he going to say now?
Oh, who fucking knows? Is it going to be an apology or, let me guess, submit your ideas?
Oh my God, you know what? We need a fucking wheel for tag segments. Spin the wheel. What's going to be on this?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hi guys, it is Tig. Thank you so much to my patrons. I love the hell out of you, and there's going to be more and more exclusive content right here on Patreon.
Oh man.
Mr. Promise, huh?
Oh, you know what would be mad, right? We figure out like that this is some kind of long fucking what are you, performing arts character that he's doing of an alcoholic that's just always promising big things and none of it ever comes true.
That would be genius.
It would, yeah.
Oh. You guys, Working Class Lives, it's your show as much as it's my show. So, if you'd like to see like particular storylines with these characters, I'm going to get you involved and I'm going to make stuff on your recommendations and credit you. What are they up to? Would you like to see them go to Tenerife on holidays, find love? It's your show, it's my show, let's make it together. Loads more cool content coming soon. Thank you, says Tig.
Fuck off.
Oh my God, man. Like, what is it even about? Like, maybe if I knew what the series was supposed to be about, I would, be in a better position to advise you on what to write about. Can you look at the comments and see if anyone actually, said anything?
Yeah.
Jesus,
Shit.
where the fuck did you end up? That's weird, man. How did that happen?
I have no fucking idea. Right,
Posts.
back into his membership and posts. Okay.
All right, posts
Scroll
will
through.
be in,
Fuck
yeah.
it.
It's in posts, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, man, really? Jesus, what does he only have the one
amount of
hoodie?
emails coming in. I don't know how many things I've been tagged, and I can see the Trojan
Oh my
work
God,
gone
what
into
are we
it. And I
hearing?
just want to say, well done.
Where's that?
Fair
What
play
are
to
we-
you. We're not
Mute
inventing
tab,
anything. We're
mute
just coming in
tab.
on the back.
Oh my God, Jesus, what a nightmare!
Okay, be careful now what I fucking press.
You didn't even press anything.
No, it just came to life, didn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe he's embedded something in those videos.
No.
Oh,
can't be
there's
done.
that house again. Is that the house?
Oh yeah, that's the house that he did the the Zionist rings the doorbell. Oh yeah, and says, "Oh, you have to leave," blah blah blah. Yeah, shite. Man,
Ugh. Well, there's a lot of content there, but
Hmm.
well, I don't know. This is probably 12 years of content we're going through. It's a recommendation, is it?
You know what? There's a search box.
Oh,
You can just
we're
type
almost
in working class there. Oh, what?
I'm just looking at these are some recommendations.
Oh.
For a sketch. A
Oh.
woman is pushing a pram along an ordinary street. Pan out. Enhance GCI graphics. Okay, that should be CGI. It should be CGI. Enhanced GCI graphics show the pram is actually carrying a cruise missile. A child is running into the playground and joining friends to laugh and play. Zoom out. And enhanced GCI shows the assembly hall is anything but. A man pays for a sack of potatoes and puts it in the back to carry home. Zoom out. And enhanced GCI shows a hospital emergency room. The paddles are unclear, but zoom out and the operating theatre is a weapons cache. The challenge is CGI. The upside is satirically it needs to be cheap as fuck. From Piers C.
What?
Structures.
Oh my God, David Lynch wouldn't even write something like that. Fuck me. What the fuck?
I don't know.
What does that even mean?
We can only hope it's a troll.
No,
more of us.
if that's a troll, where we need that person for the third chair.
Yeah, come join the team, Pierre.
Oh my God, is that poo? What is that?
The Berlin Conference. Dear beautiful patrons, here's this week's sketch. Reading a lot about Africa at the moment, so I wanted to reflect my disbelief and horror at some of the details of the Berlin Conference. Hope you like it.
Oh, jeez, fuck off.
P.S. Finally setting up this Ask Me Anything. Finally, again.
All right, just use the search box, man. Please, can we just do what we wanted to do?
We're nearly there. What were we doing?
Are we nearly there?
Yeah.
When was that released?
I think it was September 2024, maybe.
Surely we're not going back that far.
I'm getting dizzy now. The scrolling.
Yeah, then use the fucking search bar.
I'm committed to the scroll now.
Oh my God.
And the fact that it's annoying you gives me great pleasure.
Oh my God.
Ross laughing. All right. Oh Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I'm annoying myself now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we
There
go.
you go. Thank fuck.
There's no comments. Is there no comments?
There's no comments. Oh my god, that was the likes. I thought that was the comments.
12 likes. Is there any YouTube comments?
Oh my god. It's probably an unlisted video, but let's check.
Oh, right.
But check anyway.
No.
Oh yeah.
13 views.
13 views. Oh my god. You know, Jesus. Wow. Not even from his Patreon can he get more than 24 people watching. That's incredible. He just needs some fucking stick to itness, you know?
Yeah.
Do something regularly.
He needs a writer, so it's obvious like that he needs a writer and an actor.
He needs a director, he needs a cast.
He needs to convert to Judaism is what he needs to fucking do. And then just, sit back and bark orders at people. Okay. Yeah, I don't see there was no follow up to that, was there?
No.
No.
Wow. This guy is a fucking gold mine.
Yeah.
He's amazing. How did you find him?
I think I just accidentally came across an X post.
Oh, okay.
I think it was what it was. Excuse me. Actually, I think I mistook him for somebody else who really irritated me. Because this look is a look. I don't know what it fucking is like, but there's a certain type of person that just looks
like that.
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think everybody recognizes it. So there's another guy who was really fucking irritating and a bit of a smart arse, like, but not in a good way, not in a humorous way. He was just a kind of a nuisance on X, and then he pissed off the wrong person. Or he made a threat, is what it was. He made a threat to somebody on the far right,
right,
and saying that if he ever saw them, that he'd do X, Y, and Z, and so then the guy that he threatened was actually in Dublin going to attend a protest. And this other guy was there to mock the protest. And so the guy he was making threats against came up and confronted him. Challenged him, so, okay, you're saying you're gonna beat me up, fucking do something now. Come on, let's go. And the guy just shot himself I say that to people on YouTube all the time, So I confused him with Tig. So then when I saw Tig come across my feed, I was like, oh, there's that fucking gobshite. So then I was curious, just had a look at his page, and then saw the comedy, and then it was just like, ugh, what the fuck is this? Like, this is so terrible. And it was just a comedy mixed with the politics, and it was just like, okay, this is just too delicious to pass up on. I need to get to know this man and figure out what the fuck is going on. So it's an exploration, it's a journey that we're discovering together. Has anything new happened with Tig? Shut up, don't yawn, how dare you.
Oh yeah, how dare I at 2:30 in the morning yawn.
Where's Tig gone? Was he playing with a PlayStation? I believe Zionists were involved in the making of a PlayStation. He shouldn't be playing PlayStation. Oh no, that's Christian Prince.
Yeah, I thought that looked a bit out of character.
Yeah, I'm a born Pakistan. You gotta balance, you gotta balance your interests. Love and courage. Oh no, that was the last one. That was another promise. I'll get back to making some fucking comedy sketches very soon. I promise. Those are promise.
You know, if there comes a time, right, where you're doing things in the public view, and nobody's really, I mean, not many people are paying attention to it. It's not getting the love that you think it deserves, and you come to an impasse, right, within yourself. If you're like mentally and spiritually evolved enough to even come to this point in your own mind where you say, okay, I have two paths here. I give it up and I just, get another hobby or, a real job. Or I just go balls to the wall, all out, do it consistently, and I don't give a shit. And this second option is what me and Morgan chose. But this guy refuses to acknowledge this at all. And that's why he continuously fails.
Yeah, he needs to. You see, yeah. I don't know what the guy wants from it, like, because he's got his hands in like 18 different fucking pies, like, so. Unless he is suffering with ADHD, because he's doing one man plays and comedy and creating movies and TV shows and writing books and fucking touring the world and doing the whole Palestine activist shtick, and like he's a good following, like his some of his comedy sketches, like couple of or 100 odd thousand views and stuff like that,
Sure.
But he needs to make a decision, because it's a rare beast who can pull off political comedy, and this isn't, he's not the guy to do it. He'll always be popular in the kind of pro Palestine circle because
Sure.
it's a fucking echo chamber, so people will have him on their podcast. If
and he managed to get minted somehow. He's the left wing version of Conor McGregor. He has some pull, and he can use that. And you know what? He could do the political comedy, but he shouldn't go anywhere near the scripts. He should just act what people write for him. Competent writers who are actually genuinely funny and insightful, because he has he has what it takes to act. He can do it. It's not great, but that, like, a good script makes a good performance.
Yeah, we need to find that fucking RTE thing. What was it called? The School, was it? Somebody said, yeah, I think it was RTE. You see, because I think Tig can play Tig as an actor, or a woman. He seems very comfortable playing the woman, everything else like that. Playing the working class Dublin was, I've never seen anything that terrible in my entire fucking life.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Oh.
Right. Oh, that's homeschool extra. Okay.
All right. Switch screen then.
Yeah, just let me.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, just let me get it up. Ooh, innuendo. Well, I might want to write that one down, Tig.
In your end.
On a roll now. We should get some producers involved. All right. Okay, can we see that? Oh no, that.
Yeah,
we can. Okay. Oh, I desperately need to get that second fucking screen. Okay, cool. So we have a description.
Yeah.
Oh, it says you can see more of the RTE player as well.
Okay, but like that's just a link to the RTE player.
All right, there's nothing else. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So it's this was it, yeah.
All
This
right.
is the pilot, and that's it.
Yes, 2017. Okay. All right. So is this the pilot clip? This is only 1 minute and 46 seconds. Fucking long.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Today marks the start of a new era at St Columkills with the arrival of the new headmaster, Dominic English. The first outsider to be appointed in the school's history. Dominic's top priority is to whip the school into shape for the upcoming nativity performance, which is just 2 weeks away.
You're filming?
That's the fucking dude, isn't it? Is that the dude who plays his father? Yeah.
I think so. I
Oh, okay.
think that's the same guy, yeah.
It's his lover. Okay.
Here today? Yeah, we're filming a documentary. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know about this. Who's your point of contact? Tom Hegarty? Tom Hegarty. Okay.
This is Tom Hegarty.
Wrong. Wrong.
Oh.
Wrong.
Tom teaches third class and has been at the
That's
school
kinda
for
funny.
8 years.
Guys, I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but I'll just remind you again about my nephew. Same age as you guys, third class as well. The guy is just streets ahead. He's actually doing pub quizzes at the moment. What, Aaron?
He should be in pubs if he's our age.
Tell that to Better Late Than Pregnant, his pub quiz team. They'd be lost without him.
And this is Briege Daly.
That was
Briege is
awful.
8 months pregnant with her first child and is becoming a mother through sperm donation. Briege is open to finding a partner to complete her new family unit.
If I do meet someone, because I'm obviously still keeping an eye out, you accept me and my baba then as well. Do you know, so we're a package, we're a deal, package deal, aren't we?
As school secretary, Briege is responsible for keeping the whole school running smoothly. Just an ordinary school full of ordinary teachers, shaping the citizens of the future. Welcome to the school.
That was awful.
Yeah, right. We can see why it didn't get picked up. But fair play to even get that far. It's like, whose dick did you suck? Get in the door at RTE. But yeah, so what? Yeah, maybe he wasn't as principled back then when he was willing to bend the knee to RTE. You know, maybe their coverage of Palestine was much fairer back then than it is today. But I wonder if he was to be offered a job at RTE, would he take it? Would he be so principled? I wonder if someone was to spoof an email from RTE offering a position, what his response would be.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be mean, wouldn't it? But not illegal, I don't believe.
No, actually, no. I think it's all above board. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So I think anyone who listens to this video should leave a comment. And just say that you were in a pub the other night. That your uncle works as a producer in RTE, and you overheard the conversation where he was talking about having seen some of Tyke's YouTube clips online and mentioned that they were thinking about getting in touch with him, or that they have a project in mind. So he might set a seed all in his head, and then it wouldn't be out of the blue if he got an email on.
Yeah, I don't think he's watching that comment section, but I'm sure there's another vector to get him at. Yeah.
So yeah, we keep a tight eye or a tight watch on Tyke, see how he's developing. With this big push from the RTE adventure, I think he may have his eye on the activism front. But there's no money in activism, unless he can get an NGO going or something like that. But yeah, we'll keep a watch on good old Tyke, and he'll give us hours of content. As long as we'll have to be economical with the use, though, because it takes him 4 months to release the video, 6 minutes long. So we'll have to ration the Tyke moments so we don't burn through everything in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and it's hard enough doing this show as it is. Like, every week looking into the mirror that is the news, like how degraded our society has become. That's tough. But then to look at this guy and have to listen to him talk and think he's funny and interesting, it would actually drive me to the drink. So I don't mind. I think we can portion it out. The ideal is that he catches wind and he gets offended and shoots back at us. That's what we want.
Yeah, we want some hate.
Because we tried the positive angle, trying to uplift people and stuff, but that doesn't work. Nobody is interested in that. It's just all hate and conflict. That's what people want. And
drama.
Yeah, so more of that, please, Tag.
All right. Okay, right. Let's close the shop. Close the chipper.
Good job. Good job, guys. And for the two people who've hung on till the end, thank you. You are the troopers out there. Have a good night, and we'll see you back here at 9:30 the next Friday.
Yeah.
Bye-bye. And enjoy that protest tomorrow. Don't get blown up or anything.
Yeah, or pepper spray. Don't get pepper in your nose. Look out for dark people. They're everywhere.